Hello. 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 Hello.
What's up? How we doing? I'm streaming live to YouTube as well. Geeky, if you can, and I don't know what
Hello.
your situation is, but if you can pop over to the YouTube channel and just keep an eye on it, just to see if everything's okay. Or anybody, honestly, not you specifically. Just y'all.
Hello. Hello.
I expected that to work. We don't have a YouTube command? Interesting.
Hello.
Hi, Mrs. Rad.
Hello.
Testies. What's up, Omega 7?
Hello.
I gotta add a command to get us there.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Maybe if I get enough subs, I can get a good URL over there. And subs is just like follows, right? All right. I did mess with some stuff, so there's always a chance something's borked. If it's borked, we'll fix it.
Hello, Taco.
Yo!
Hello, Jerry.
What up, Jer? How you doing, bud? You rolled a 3. Maybe not all rolls should get tacos. I mean, well, I guess, yeah. The quality of the taco should be called into question when you roll a 1 or a 2. A 3, I think it's okay. What playlist is this? It says hard rock metal. Looks about right. Nobody said they had to eat it. That's fair. Very fair. Oh my god, my cheeks feel so flush. I feel like I got slapped. Everybody should be back. Nice. No recent tortillas. No. You're willing? Let's come over here and slap me, big boy.
Hello.
Echo, guess who's live on YouTube? I don't know how this is gonna go. You remember that someday in the future? I bet you forget because you're old and your brain is bad. Echo, how are you, buddy? How's your Saturday?
Hello.
You're never gonna get monetized on YouTube. I mean, there's more horseshit on that platform than me. I don't disagree.
Hello.
Fucking Mox. Fucking Mox. I don't have like a sub alert or anything like that. What do you make it 7?
We're going streaking!
Yeah. Make it 7. You're so old. You remember when that clip used to take 35 seconds to play? How about that? You remember that? Remember how you used to run by the school bus and then you'd run down the street dancing? You're that old. Remember that. I appreciate you.
Hello.
Killa! What's going on? How you doing? I am older than 6 months. That wasn't 6 months ago we changed that. It feels like streaks were in beta for like a year, weren't they? It was more than 6 months ago. The weird part is YouTube has no music at all. Which is wild. I thought about putting like a hidden audio source that just plays like a couple of rights permission-free music, just so it's not, you know, just my dumb mouth. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I said, I changed a bunch of stuff. So if something seems off, see something, say something. You know what I mean? It's just all taco all the time. Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? Happy motherfucking Saturday. Hope you had a great one. And I'm looking. I'm like, you see how red my cheeks are? What's happening?
God, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
Kiki.
Twist that dick. Twist his dick. Twist his dick. Oh my God. Oh, dick twist.
You're not sure, but you don't think YouTube cares about a VOD track? Danner! What's up, man? Hey, Dan, thanks for your help earlier today. I appreciate you. We should be live both on Twitch and YouTube. Just trying to figure stuff out. Echo, what do you mean that not sure that YouTube cares about VOD tracks? You don't think that YouTube cares? Well, they end up muting the track, right? If there's any copyrighted music on a VOD, they mute it. Yeah, look, why are my cheeks so red? I did spend all day outside. So, there is that. And now my body's like, oh, it's kind of warm in here. Or I'm getting sick. One of the two things. That's probably the latter. I did touch a bunch of money today.
Hey, welcome to Worcester.
Speak of the
toll
devil.
will be $1.25, pal.
YouTube doesn't have to mute. They can go straight to claim or strike. Mrs. Rat, are you excited I am excited to see you. Are you excited to see me? That's it's a two-way conversation. I did spend all day outside where the sun is. Yeah, but it's like the fucking middle of the fall. I shouldn't get a sunburn. I don't know. I was just sitting here and I'm like, why are my cheeks hot? So my brother is a part of the Rotary Club in the town that he's in. He's actually the Rotary president. And they had a fall festival today, and he needed a couple extra hands. The sun is the sun. You absolutely can. That's not how the sun works, Taco. Right, but still, like, I wasn't always covered, that's for sure. I don't know. I didn't expect to walk away from today with a sunburn on my cheeks. We'll just say that. Either way, how was your Saturday? What did you do? They said it was a fall festival, so the Rotary Club is providing like refreshments and stuff like that for people in the fall event, and then they take all that money, they dump it back into the community by like building parks and playgrounds and all that sort of stuff. Either way, had a good day. I was on my feet all day. Also, this morning I woke up and I got all this stuff connected, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I'll go cut the lawn. I really need to do that. About like 20 minutes into cutting the lawn, I was doing all the leaf blowing to gather leaves off the streets and shit like that. Oh my God, Kaiser.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Brother, what are you doing? Fuck DST. Hello, Kaiser and friends. Welcome in. My name is Taco. That's a Kaiser Kavad.
Hey, big hairy thing.
Yeah, I
Give
see
me
that.
the nom-noms
Yep.
that are on your desk. I am a very good boy. I
You
have
are
not
good.
eaten
You
any
are a very
rabbit
good boy,
food
Dan.
today. I am so very hungry. I think I might die.
You think you might
so
die?
hand them over, or I am going to shit in the hallway again and watch you clean it up.
All right. Well, that's a little aggressive. Anyways, Kaiser and friends, welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Happy Saturday. Kaiser, you were playing Necess? What is Necess? Anyways, welcome. Like I said, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. All bits, all subs, all donations go to the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. How was your stream? Booty, what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah. So, God, there's so many thoughts and things. All right. First, let me say, everybody coming with Kaiser. We are running a giveaway on December 13th. We are giving away this Steam Deck. Yeah, it's a Steam Deck, not a Stream Deck. Neurosis, holy smokes. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you for 14 fucking months, man. That's huge. Huge. And it says you resubbed for 3 months. That's wild. That's wild to expect that I'm here 3 months from now. Anyways, we have a giveaway. We have a giveaway going on December 13th. We're giving away a Steam Deck. If you're at all interested, if you say hi in chat, you get a ticket into the giveaway. All you have to do is you have to type, oh, shit, fuck. All you have to do is type ! Enter, put a little space in there, type the word Steam Deck, because that's the prize you're looking for. And then you can use the number 1 for 1 ticket if you have $1,000 in your bank account, or you just type max and it uses all your money. Just one emote in that sub message? Weak. Boots, well, one more, just right at the end, just put how many tickets you want. Each ticket's $1,000 bank dollars, so the Taco Bank. Or if you just use the word max, it will enter all of the tickets you could possibly buy. So if you had like 5,000, that's 5 tickets. And it'll do all the math for you, because I know math sucks. But anyways, Kaiser, thank you very much for the raid. How was that game you were playing? Was it Necess? What the heck is that? What the heck? Also, we got to get Max in here. Max, would you like a cookie? People demand Max cookies. People demand Max cookies. You're gonna say hi to everybody? You gonna say hi? I gotta put the light on for you. Hold on. There's the light. All right, you good? You good? Here he is. Here's the boy. Yeah, you guys. If Max, if you can figure out how to play video games, I'm out of a job. It's very clear. It is U.S. only. Oh, cool. Yeah, the Steam Deck is U.S. shipping only. I can't guarantee that it gets out of the States for a reasonable cost, and then there's going to be an import tax because the world be stupid right now, which would probably be more than the value of the machine itself. People just trading me till the stream is all willing. What do you mean? Who's trading you? Who's trading you? Max, would you like a cookie, though? Would you like a cookie? Would you like a chewy bone, Max? Are these good for Max? These are made with bacon and cheese. Do you think there's real bacon in this? I don't. I don't believe it for 1 second. What do you mean people are trading you? This is great. I'd love to go check it out. Here you go. He does love them. He goes chomp, 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 chomp. Chomp, 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 chomp. Here you go, buddy. 749 Metacritic unknown. I was rated here, but jokes on them. I hear like, okay, that's fair. That's fair. They you are used for your body. Thick. You are definitely used for your body. It seems like bacon is unlikely in the stream treat. Yeah, probably. Kaiser also running around here with his pants off. Jesus. Jeez. All right. If I were opening up that link to the Steam store, we could take a quick look at that game. All right, Max. I'll catch you later, pal. Jeez. Where's OBS? Where'd that go? There. So this is Necess, I think it's called. So you said it's anything Max doesn't eat? Yeah, his dog food. Like his dog food will stay in his bowl for like 3 days. And then every once in a while, like we'll take him to the park or something like that. He'll run all the energy out of him, and then he'll come back and he'll eat it. And I'm being a little hyperbolic. It's not that long. But it's like the dog breeder works with like a natural food company. It's supposed to be like Skywalker 420 80 streams. Holy shit!
Good streaking! Yes!
So this is Necess 1.0 live now. Get it while it's fresh. All right, give me again, and this time I promise I'm gonna watch it. All right, so it looks like a side scroller, some sort of battler. It looks a little like Core Keeper. It's got Core Keeper vibe. That very Core Keeper. Infinite Seamless World. It's wild. Vast in-game incursion. The final boss. Over 300 sound effects. How many games count the number of sound effects? Vet food for dogs good. Yeah, I mean it was the breeder. The breeder, she's she's very into her dogs. Exactly what the dogs eat, when to get shots, how not to get them all at the same time. Like she was super particular about everything. I mean, he eats it, but like he's interested in everything but, you know what I mean? I think he just gets bored. I think he just gets bored of his dog food. All right, so like I said earlier, we are running on YouTube today. So if anybody can keep an ear on it, if something is off, something's weird, it doesn't sound right, if you don't mind hitting the subscribe button over there, just kind of help us out a little bit, kind of get the numbers moving. All those sorts of things. I appreciate you. I didn't, let me alias it to YT, because you're right. I did it to YouTube, which, dummy. Yeah.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
It should alias now to YT
Hello?
as well. Jenscraft, hi. G-Man, hi. So Doc's super into food and anywhere in between except about food. Yeah, no, he definitely loves to eat. Like when he we made like this rice vegetable thing the other day. I hit the YouTube's button. Nice, thank you. My bot does not have any sort of integration at all with YouTube. I don't get notifications or anything like that. So sorry, there's no fanfare. I'll go like, how's that? Hopefully that said something. I said something. Oh, I see you, Neurosis. Thank you very much for saying. Oh, Jesus, fuck me. The fuck is that, man? Jesus. Thank you, Jenscraft, I think. Thank you. Fucking hell. Just basically just shit a brick. Right there. Bricks were laid. I gotta do a lot of work to this channel. This channel is kind of a shit show. Get a custom YouTube URL? I don't think I can. I think you have to have like a certain number of subs first, right? My dog used to love food so much, like anything. Once I dropped a jalapeno, he ate it so fast he didn't even know what it was, that it was hot. You can? Okay. If you just do !YT or YouTube, the URL should pop into chat. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to make sure that nothing that's rights managed shows up on the channel. So most of the bot business, all the bot noises, all the video clips and stuff like that still play. But if it's like a TTS or a sub message or something like that, none of that should be on YouTube. The video will be there. I can't prevent that from happening. Is there a cooldown on it? What is this place says Bay Strombody? What up, Strombody? Strombody, how are you doing, man? Looks like the preview. Oh, the preview is behind. Okay. It's Mr. Top. Yeah, I gotta change it all. Hellwalker, hi, how you doing? Thank you, man.
We're good streaking!
The sixth circle of hell. Bobby Blitz, appreciate you, bud. Yeah, I gotta.
Hello?
It's still Mr. Taco. But I mean, I am still Mr. Taco. It's just shortened to Taco. The stream is 2 to 3 seconds behind Twitch. Yeah, I had it running in low latency mode, but because I'm running 1440, it gave me like some sort of stream error. I don't think I'm respected enough on the YouTube platform to run 1440. YouTube can be rough to run sometimes. The banning system is also weird on YouTube.
Hello?
The bans are 24 hours earlier than this timeout, so you can also do shadow ban.
Hello?
Labyrinth, hi! Nightblades, hi! What's up? YouTube is always slower than Twitch. Really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Chat is not showing. Yeah, Bobby Blitz. This over here is is Twitch chat. I don't know. I think there's some rules against. I don't know. Maybe they've changed. I didn't think you could put a Twitch chat on a YouTube live. You're definitely fuzzy. Yeah. So we run 1440 higher resolution on Twitch. I send the same rendition to YouTube, but they aren't using it. Yeah. So anyways, that's new. I don't know where this road goes, but the way I do everything is just try it, see how it goes, see if it's worth the effort. It was a couple extra button clicks. It wasn't a ton of effort. You know what I mean? Now you can see and type. Hey, there you are, Bobby Blitz. Yeah, my chat window does aggregate both. So if you chat in one versus the other, they should still... Yeah, I can mod you. Add as moderator. You're a managing moderator, which I didn't know what that was, but that's what you are. So anyways, I don't know where this road goes. I don't know if it goes 10 feet from now and we stop doing it. Who knows? At the end of the day, if we can grow the audience a little bit more and take more of that revenue for sick kids, that would be amazing. But also, we're not doing it just for the monies. You know what I mean? So we're doing it for, the channel growth or just visibility. Anyways, we'll see where the road goes. Good VOD starts. That's the other thing too. That means that I don't have to manually update the VODs. And when I did the Oxygen Not Included run, there was a couple of early VODs I forgot to upload and they expired. So there's a couple of VODs from that series that I just forgot to do. And I looked into just a connector that would automatically, when Twitch finishes a stream, to automatically upload it. They exist, but they want to charge you money for it. I'm like, I'm not paying $10 a month just to make sure my VODs get uploaded. It's like, I'm an idiot. I should be able to do it. Twitch has a stable connection at 1440. Thank God. Hey, good for growth and helping. Yeah, I know Michael Bryan hit up YouTube, and I think he does TikTok too. I appreciate it, Dick. Yeah, I mean, I have no clue how the YouTube ecosystem works. I'm just a small little Twitch streamer, but we'll see where the road goes. Excited to possibly meet some new people because I know there's a lot of people that are not on the Twitch ecosystem. So what's the TT is annoying because people fault spam on TT all the time. Yeah, TT also. Oh, TikTok. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there are some platforms out there where people are just like, how mean? I don't know what the word is. But anyways, cheers. Happy fucking Saturday. But either way, I appreciate you lurking on the channel because it will help us. It will help us greatly. Summon mass reports. You may be a small Twitch streamer, but you got a huge dong heart. Rumi, what's up, man? How you doing? Rumi, have you did you try Getting Good today? Did you try Getting Good? You should try Getting Good. You know, a newer platform that you may not be aware of. And you can manually change the resolution for 440 with Firefox. Oh, cool. No, I slept. Well, listen, sleeping is important. Bobby, thanks for the lurk, man. I'm going to hear you on Twitch. Perfect. Listen, I appreciate it. Hopefully, don't mod me. Is that a threat? Because I'll mod the shit out of you. It's a weekend. It's what people do. You know, I've heard of this sleep thing. I don't do it very well. Every time I lay down, it's like my brain starts going, okay, here's all the stuff that you need to do differently or better. You know what I mean? You wouldn't dare? Oh, yeah? Yeah, you think so, Dan? You think so? Boom. Boom. There you go. Now you have responsibilities. How about that? How about them apples?
Hello.
Yo, Claw Cover, what's up, man? How you doing? It's like a secret chat. It doesn't show up on screen. The webpage online gets you a free internet webpage called GeoCities. Bro, I don't know. The GeoCity days were good days. You're not one of the first? Look, Mom, I'm on Twitch. You wouldn't dare mod me? Oh, yeah? Yeah, you want it? You want one too? There you go. There you go. How about that? Nightblades, thank you for the streak.
We're going streaky! Yes!
Wait, let me time him out first. Yo, Invalid, what's up, man? Too late. Look at that. Imagine that, to make yourself run around with a sword. Imagine that. It's wild. Absolutely fucking wild. Yeah, so, I really enjoyed, Furthest Frontier. Farthest? I've already forgot. It's Farthest. The Farthest Frontier. I really enjoyed it yesterday. I think that game's gonna be, a good one. Nev? What? What about Nev? What's happening? What do you mean, Nev? It's a wrench over here? Oh, it is, but it's weird on my screen. Which, why did you just blink? You never do that. On my chat window, YouTube mod is still a sword. You want to give me adult things? Well, you don't want the buttons. The buttons would just confuse you, Rumi. You'd be like, scary, like, what are these words? I don't know. And you just start pushing them. You know what I mean? Just reinstall the ceiling fan in another room and install the new one where the old one went. Nice.
Get it all together.
Get your shit together. Honestly, get your shit together.
So it's together.
I love getting little projects done. You know? A wrench is the best way to get information out of somebody. You only shocked once? Oh, that's wild. I will tell you that. I am pretty... what's the word? Paranoid, probably, about getting electrocuted. So I always turn off the breaker. And then I take the voltmeter, I test the wires. And then I test the wires again. You know what I mean? So I never want to be... you know, swinging from two electrodes and have my kids have to kick out the chair. I know it's 120 and it's not going to do anything. You just move on. Yeah, no, 120 is not going to do anything. It might give you a little zap or a little bite, but you're going to be fine. The other thing is that I'm just always worried that 120 can totally fuck you up. Yeah, but don't you have to do something like really bad to get fucked up by 120?
You sure
Yeah,
about
you
that?
can't let go. That's what I'm saying.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Grab water wire at a time. Should still go to the hospital for... Yeah, who's doing that, though? Hey, Toulon, what's up? If it goes across your heart, that's fair. You know, it's funny. It's like... you say, like, you bang your head. You're supposed to be monitored by a medical professional for 24 hours for, head trauma and stuff like that. Nobody does it. 12 volt in my truck knocked my axe into a wall. It was surprising. Yeah, I don't fuck with it. You know what I mean? And I know, like, and a lot of people will brush it off. They're like, it's no big deal, no big deal. But I'm like, still, it's avoidable. I got my little headlamp because the thing is usually with 120, or usually the reason why people don't shut it off is like, well, if I shut it off, I'm not going to be able to see in the room. Had a coworker get stuck in a metal fish tape that was in contact with 120. Burned his fingers black, no feeling for 4 months. Damn. You're saying the truck is 15 amps? Is that what you were saying? Yeah. So, anyways, I'm super
Hello?
paranoid about that. Hey, Pocket. Why are we electrocuting people? Because they're not following us on YouTube. Pocket, we're streaming to YouTube today. We're bored. Listen, every once in a while. It's a kink thing.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Okay, that echoed for me. Did that echo for you? I think that might have echoed. I wanted to edit that clip anyways. Hold on a second.
Look at these hacking cuties.
All right, cool. Let me give me a hot second to finger it the right way. Studio mode. That is going to be
Hello.
oh, echo. I got you. Thank you. Nevi, hi. How you doing? A little cattle prod. Little 120 volts to the nips.
Hello.
All right. Fucking babysitters. Goddamn flame tower. All right, everybody, please go fight the boss by typing !join. I hear me? What do you mean I hear me? Where is Joe Pesci? What the fuck?
Hello.
All right, here.
What the fuck is this?
All right, that wasn't echoed. That did not echo.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I didn't change anything. Super weird. Things being weird. What is a metal fish? What is a metal fish tape? I don't think I know what that is. You just had to look at it? Yeah. Is that how that was? I didn't touch it though. That was weird. It's weird. Pock, how you doing, man? Hi, Mush. Hey, Saku, Genesis. Nice to see y'all. Yeah, I don't know what a metal fish tape is. Oh. Oh, you mean like a wall snake? Present, says Nevi. Nevi, do you want a wrench? Do you want a wrench so you can hit people with it? I don't know if we have a. It's just a wire. Oh yeah, so I call that a snake, a wall snake, right? It's like a trouser snake, but for wires. A wall snake is nowhere, yeah, because you fish with it. Do you know? Get her. Oh my god, yeah. For a second, Mega 7 was a mod and you weren't. Imagine the atrocities. Too late. Got her. Saved. Nevi, remember that. Put me in your Christmas card list. Why are there fish in the walls? Pocket, you wouldn't believe what's in a wall. Wipes, bro. Yeah, so anyways, what is this? Why Mox, you got a tangent party. I think this is gonna make noise. I think this is your award, and this is Mox's coming out party. Mox loves some gotcha girls. Harambe! Monkeys, I know. And Terry Crews, you know Terry Crews, big Terry Crews fan. Long shift to work, Dan. Please go unwind. Hey, Obsidian, how you doing? Welcome in. Get some sleeps, man. Appreciate you. Terry Crews, I know. Terry, my man Terry. That was that clip. There was that clip where there was that guy in the wheelchair that was going the wrong way. Like, back up, Terry. Was getting hit by the firework. That was definitely a clip I was trying to use. Put it in reverse, Terry. Yeah. It's a good one. Yeah, but anyways, All things good, man. All things good. Sheep?
Here's what we're gonna do.
Dan?
We're gonna try to
Really?
establish a sheep farm,
Wild.
right? Because at the end of the day, you can take
You
sheep
two, don't listen to this. It's bullshit.
and fuck them.
You cannot. That is not. I am not advising this. I did this one meme of a streamer with an epic clip singing. It showed once and never again. Never showed it again. Trying to remember. Epic clip singing. It must have been Kaiser. No. YouTube is set up to be completely 18 plus. Do not recommend to children. All that sort of stuff. Oh, Terry, me in the car. I remember now. I remember, yeah. What was a song? What song was that? Where he was singing? It was like, it was a Fiona Apple. It was like, not Rebecca Black. Sitting in the car, driving along something the road. What is that clip? It starts with the piano. Yeah. What the fuck's her name? Make My Way Downtown. Yeah, what's her name? Who is that? This is the part of my brain which I feel like all the way up until maybe 2 years ago, I never had a hard time recalling things. Vanessa Carlton, thank you. I'd be able to pull Vanessa Carlton. Now, 0% chance. There's just like something happens. Brain gets old, right? Something happens where like now those sorts of connections, the names and the words, they just. No, we're not gonna listen to it, cause I'm deleting it. Fuck you. No, you have gremlin energy, cause you need to go masturbate. Okay. You have gremlin energy right now, Kaiser. I see what you're up to. People aren't putting enough emotes in enough spam in their emotes. Come on. You're way past getting old. That's true. Is it a great song? I don't know if I would say it's a great song. I would say it's a popular song. I don't know if I would say it's a great song. Because it is a gremlin always. Yeah, but usually it's like cat like fucking with the shit on your counter. But then every once in a while, he'll bite you. Let's go. Random trivia question, Labyrinth. I always thought that the person who requests the trivia question should get double the dollars. I think I should instantiate that. All right. Here, try this trivia question. All right. In ancient China, corpses were covered with this sweet treat for 100 years and then broken to eat. Was it A, sugar, B, honey,
Hello?
C, molasses, or D, corn syrup? Guys, you got 30 seconds.
Hello.
Is it not in the chat history, Nevi? It's funny. My nose was not congested all day. And then I
Hello?
sat down here. I love Roku and RuneScape. What's up,
Hello?
bud? Zoldan, hi. Correct answer here was B. They would cover mummies. In ancient China, corpses were covered in honey for 100 years and then broken to eat. Wild. Absolute fucking wild. Somebody got real nice on that one. Let's see who did it.
Hello?
Ban him. I meant Discord history. I'm sure you sent it to me in Discord. Banger. Oh my god. Maybe stream is a bad idea. I'm gonna be so fucking tired. It's how we cure meat and honey. It's probably where they got it. We got it from. Yeah, listen, but we don't cure meat for 100 years, right? I mean, how long is like, I don't know, prosciutto or something like that? How long is salami cured for? Like good salami. How long is good aged for? I don't know. I'm not 100 years old. Several weeks to several months.
downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
It's gonna be real hard to play clips when you can't chat. You're banned. Dude, I am telling you to read Salt.
Just making my way through the crowd.
Guys are monsters. You guys are monsters. Monsters. Oh, they're on Blurb. Log in, Blurb. Dashboard, maybe? Y'all going crazy. Y'all going crazy. What up, Scooby? How you doing? All right, Scooby. Oh, I'm fixing something right now. Hold on a second.
Hello.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Mox, thank you for the hey yas. Scooby, by the way, thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate you. You're taking away your freedom of redeem. Yes. 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 Am I doing that? Is that what I'm doing? Or am I just watching you? Huh? Kaiser? What am I doing? You don't even know what I'm doing. You're making assumptions. You know what happens when you make assumptions, right? You make an ass out of you. Not me. Scoobs, you all good? All right, so I owe you. Did it pop up? Let me see. Yesterday. All right, so Scoobs, we're gonna do. All right, Scoobs, I'm gonna send you.
I have a permit.
Yep.
This just says I can do what I want.
All right, Scoobs, I just sent you a message for you to fill out to get your...
Making the way downtown, walking fast, faces past and I'm homebound.
I was not ready for Arnold. I can be 100% honest with you. I was not ready for Arnold. All right, Scoobs, I owe you a deposit. So, Scoobs, I sent you a message. Go fill that out, form out. You are owed one of these amazing Extra Life ornaments. Okay? Yeah, thank you for the lizard. Hey, Tav. I got to deposit this into Commander Scooby. And Scoobs, you also get a wheel spin. Thank you very much for your generosity. All right, Scoob, are you ready? Are you ready to play the wheel? All right, so there's a 10K on here, and every time you hit 10K, you're going to get another wheel spin. Okay, so ideally what you want to do is you want to get a couple of 10Ks, and then you want to like get a piece of merch, or you want to double your bank or something like that. So, Commander Scooby, before we spin this, is there anything on this wheel that looks interesting to you? Yo, what up, Aloxel Rocks? How you doing?
Oh, Taco. Kaisa_Kavad is placing a hefty bet.
Are you trying to short the wheel? Is that what you're trying to do? Commander Scooby, again, thank you for the donation. It was very kind of you. You did not win. You got your money taken from you, and you got the sad little kazoo. How do you feel? Huh? Scoobs, let me know that you're here and you can command presence with the wheel. I feel like I'm making my way downtown. You are making your way downtown, sir. Downtown my pants. Scooby, just your lovely. Okay, fair. All right, let's go. Scoob, you ready? Let's see what Scooby wins. Scooby, first up is a $25,000 bonus to your bank account, which has already been added. You now have $139,000 in your bank account. Spend it wisely. I would suggest, Scooby, are you at all interested, or I should say before interested, are you able to win the Steam Deck here? North American shipping only on this one. And I phrase it that way because if somebody in the UK wins it,
shall we shag now or shall we shag later?
If somebody in the UK wins it, I'm willing to expend $50 to ship it to you. I just can't guarantee that covers all the costs. You know what I mean? So, anyways, thank you for the shag, Kaiser. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the bits. Kaiser, Viking, Kaiser, Mox. Yeah. Scooby, thank you for the bits. And Warren, nice to see you as well as always. Thank you for the bits. Anyways, guys, just make sure your bank accounts don't have anything in it. Get all your money into the Steam Deck giveaway, okay? Nora says, what? Really? What do you mean, really? What are we talking about? Right. UK shipping? $50? It's gonna be way more than $50 to ship something to the UK, especially because I'm gonna have to pay export fees because of it's being electronics, and it's gonna get taxed. The tariff on it is gonna be like $100. So what I'm saying is don't jump into it. If you're in the UK, don't jump into it because I'm only gonna pay $50 worth of shipping. And if you win it, and then there's tariffs and all that sort of stuff, if you really want to cover it, you can. But it's also it'd be cheaper for you just to buy it. Honest, it's so pricey. It's the tariffs have absolutely fucking ruined all international shipping. Yeah, not only do I pay a tariff to send it to you, you also have to pay the import tax because of all the reciprocal tariffs. Like it's just fucking clown time. What's going on right now? Absolute fucking clown time. All right. Anywho's, today we are going to begin work on our oil refinery. It's a load of crap. Yeah, it's free money though. You know, like every time he's like, "Oh, I got all this money," like this money we didn't have. It's like, yeah, you have our fucking money is what you have. The money we paid for shit. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Good luck, North Americans. I know, Nora says. Oh, so I will say this. I'm gonna get another taco case, and we're also gonna do another disc plate. Now, the disc plate, I can put the disc plate up now, Nora says, if you're interested.
Hello.
The disc plate is what up, Fabble? How you doing? Well, Saku, you can do that. However, when you go across customs, they're going to ask you, did you get anything? Did you buy anything? 40 months. Yeah. Pix. God damn it, man. 40 fucking months? That is a long fucking time, brother. Thank you very much. Have you seen the East Wing?
Look at these hecking cuties.
Yeah, no, he just bulldozed half of the history. It's fine. It's fine. I also love how he's like, no, it's not gonna affect the building. It's gonna be next to the building. And then he forgets to update everybody. Like, I told you that. And you're like, no, you didn't say that. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. He's gonna burn it all down. Right. Yeah. So here's my thinking. I'm thinking we rush oil. we get through computers as quickly as possible, and we get to drones. And then instead of running belts between the two factories, I think we just run drones.
Hello?
It's going to make the White House... Yeah, it's going to... I don't care. I don't care that there's a big building next to a small building. I care about us paying 150 million. Oh, actually, it's 250 million. Actually, it's 400 million. The price just keeps going up. And it's like free money because, yeah, we're canceling healthcare. I don't know. It's okay. Anyways, we're gonna... I think I want to rush... I think I want to rush drones. Because we have a lot of sulfur, so we can make batteries. Yo, what's up, Viking? You can drone ship the Steam Decks in the UK. I could try. We dressed up again today? Hell yeah, man. Because we don't have the money. Yeah, it's...
Goodies hacking cuties.
It's wild. Tav, what's up, man? How you been? You're playing PAX Day, and also, what did you dress up as? Same outfits? Drive up to Canada and ship there. I mean, you're not wrong. A lot of countries are doing this with, you know, like, to get around tariffs, right? Like, if one country has a lot of tariffs, another country doesn't. They just move the good to the other country that doesn't have a lot of tariff and send it in. It's like, it's the world's stupidest way of managing anything.
Hello?
Yeah, the VODs disappear. VODs for Twitch are ephemeral, you know what I mean? They're like a fart in the wind. Somebody complimented me on the taco shirt the other day at the grocery store. Hey, Sally, which taco shirt? Is it the t-shirt? The clown and the pale girl. Nice. Had a volleyball team run up to get your photos taken. That's awesome. That's why people get into cosplay, right? Like, it's always fun to just like be the center of attention. It's like there's a reason why we abandoned terrorists for a reason for government. Yeah, 100%. But listen, people have to learn. Everybody has to learn their lesson. People are really bad at looking at other people's lessons and inferring to them how that would happen to them equally, right? Like, every time somebody's like, oh, it's somebody else's problem, that's not my problem. And then all of a sudden it becomes their problem. Like, whoa, that's me. That shouldn't happen to me. That happens to other people. But like, no, it happens to everybody. It's just right now it's happening to you. And until that happens to them, until they have a medical bill that they can't pay for and they have to go through the fucking ringer, then they go like, oh, maybe our healthcare system's a little fucked up. They're like, yeah, no shit, it's fucked up. Everybody says it. No, we got the best healthcare in the country, in the world. Yeah, except for it fucking makes people go fucking broke. Maybe they'll work the fourth. So, oh, wait. The fourth time we try. Herder? No one says that. No one says what, Nebby? Nobody says what. We all agree where we want to be. Like, no, we all agree that everybody should have affordable health care. When they get sick, they should be able to get taken care of. Everybody agrees that we should all have equal opportunity to gain wealth in this country, right? Don't get an argumentative tone with me, sir. No one says we have the best healthcare in the world. Some people say we have the best healthcare in the world. However, also, I'm not getting argumentative. I'm just stating what my opinion is. But even if people don't say we don't have the best healthcare in the world, I agree. I don't think that we have the best healthcare in the world. I believe we have the most expensive healthcare in the world. We have the most profit-driven healthcare in the world. Well, it's hard. I can't say in the world. With stating that as a fact, because I don't know. There might be another country with even more predatory healthcare practices. Anyways, when do you get drones? We get drones. Tier 8 aeronautical engineering. Tier 8. So what did we just unlock? All right, so we have to get through tier 6, which is, I should just show this. Is this the right one? WikiGG. I always forget which one's the right one. But this stuff should all be pretty similar. So we are here. We're at the top of tier 6. Actually, no. We're here. We're at oil processing tier 5. That is a long way to go. All right, in order for us to get past this, we can make plastic and rubber on top of the waterfall, and we can ship it in. You don't know anybody that's happy with our healthcare system? The word anyone there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. There's a lot of people who have profit a ton off our healthcare system, mostly the giant mega corporations. They're happy with it. I would agree with you. Most Americans otherwise are not happy with it. Is the song skipping? Labyrinth, I don't know if it is skipping. Anybody else can confirm or deny the song? It's all good. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Hello.
And Sailor, what's up, man? Are we excited? Oh yeah, by the way, I didn't know yesterday, they released a new Satisfactory video. Has anybody not seen the Satisfactory video? I was happy with healthcare until this month. Well, I'm sorry, what happened, Rumi? And Stellar Room, what are we excited for? Are you talking about the teaser? You have not. Okay, so we'll watch the teaser video. I think that'd be a good watch for us all. Fluids, yeah. All right, so, which I thought was specifically for the build that we got going on. I was excited to see some of that. All right, so what I just said is like, maybe we should just try to bum rush drones. I don't think we can. So we can go up on top. We can get plastic and rubber done. Okay, then we can do Caterium. We can get computers done, but we'll need plastic to do computers. And this is when we would fire up monorails. Yes, I did see it, Scoops. So we will have to get plastic down to where we have Caterium, and we will also need it where we have iron. So I think we do need to try to figure out some sort of way to get plastic and rubber back to... people who are making money are not happy because they aren't getting money because one, greed knows no bounds. Two, people are going bankrupt without... So you can disagree or say the blanket statement, just share my opinion too. All right, Nevi, you and I can agree that the healthcare system is completely fucked and nobody likes it, but also our elected politicians, whatever side you claim to be supportive, I can't focus on it. It is not a focus point for them because there's too much of us just fighting over stupid dumb bullshit. How to get your appendix removed in emergency last December? $85,000. My insurance took it down to $7,000. That is still a devastating amount of money. The system is broken. And I would say, Reign Supreme, I'm glad that you got a quality surgery, that you recovered, that you had hopefully a good experience in the process, because that's the goal of having the healthcare we have. But also, $7,000 out of pocket is very challenging for a lot of people. And other people would say, well, you got to put money away for a rainy day and all that sort of stuff. It's like, but still, that's $7,000. That's no joke, especially because our friends right over the border would have maybe not as good as a healthcare system, but they wouldn't have to pay any of it. You know what I mean? So I think we're all on the same page. Let's just be clear here. Healthcare in this country is fucked. And I think we should have a public option. A public option that everybody can afford. And as of right now, that's the Affordable Care Act, which is currently, its subsidies are going away, and there is no plan to get them recovered by the administration. The healthcare is good, the system is fucked, two different things. Well, you could say, and Omega 7, I agree with you, the healthcare is good because of the system. But I also agree that it's fucked. I have no questions about their service, right? They charge $85K for an emergency appendix, and guess what? The surgery would probably cost the hospital $10K. That's the problem. Right. A for-profit healthcare system is the problem. Public and private, you could dip in and dip out depending on need. Yeah, Loxel, something like that would be amazing. All right, so yeah, so we have to get plastic and rubber back to the primary factory because we're not going to push through all of. Well, we'll have bauxite. We have bauxite nearby, so we'll be able to. We'll be if we can get rubber and plastic back to that factory, we're good all the way through here. All the way through here. Cooling systems, I think, needs nitrogen, right? I think that needs nitrogen. So here is where we be on the hunt for nitrogen. Yo, Duca, what's up, man? Something should never be privatized like healthcare. Yeah. I mean, it's an opinion for sure, and I agree with you, but you can make an argument on the other side. All right, for nitrogen, and we can't use trains. The fuck would we do? We'd have to. I guess this is the challenge, right? I must say it covers anything during my stroke, so I want to say thanks to Obama. Listen, yeah. I think I hate that it's labeled Obamacare because it's not a political thing that people should be happy and healthy, right? Like, sorry. It's not a political thing that people should have health care, is what I should say. In Denmark, school is free, high school is free, university free, doctors and hospitals are free. Casper, that sounds amazing. Also, I know the taxes in Denmark are ridiculous, but I would gladly pay for equal access to all those things for everybody. But I know a lot of people don't want to pay that. And you get money for going to school. I mean, it sounds like an amazing system that prioritizes people being educated. In this country, we prioritize people being uneducated because they're easier to control. Yeah, so I think we have to get the plastic and rubber back. So that earlier work that we were doing about getting the oil back, I think we got to do it. So we just bring... Do you not use an ad blocker? No, I don't. No, I don't, because if everybody used an ad blocker, the site technically could not operate. I don't care about the little flashing box on the screen. I'm blind to it. I'm just going to look past it. I don't care. All we see here is the taxes that would cover that system, not that our lives would be better. Well, yeah, Labyrinth, if we actually tax the people that have all the wealth, we would be able to pay for all those things easily. But that is a no. Taxes is a hot button in this country, unfortunately. All right, so fart, you say. I didn't say fart. You said fart. All right. Well, I think we have quick wire back at the base too. So technically, if we get plastic and oil back, I think we'd be good. So it's going to be a little bit of a slog stream to kind of get it to be there, but I think it's fine. It's the best plan we've got. Because the limitations of not being able to use trains, I think just using pipes is the best option. Why no trains? Exclamation mark rules. We have a specific challenge going on here where I can't use trains. It's just when we started the Satisfactory playthrough, we said, you know, let's make it a little bit different this time. Let's opt for some rules. I'm gonna try Dixper again. Yeah, those rules are meant to make the game a little bit harder. The big one is the node randomizer. That's kind of changed everything, you know? And I'm still struggling with the iron, but because we got steel running, I can use steel to offset a lot of my iron need, and I think it's been working. So no factory carts. We can all make an exception for carts. I don't know what it is. It's about around 8 o'clock at night, my allergies go crazy. I'm allergic to the microphone, I think. I think that's what it is. God knows what's in this microphone. Steam, where are you? Are you loading? Windows 11, by the way, does this really shitty thing. Whenever I start Steam, it always starts in the window that I don't have open. God does know, and he ain't touching it. I disagree. All right. Also, I got a copy of Arc Raiders, and I'm like, I was going to put that on the games list for yesterday. And then I went to go install it. It's like, hey, it's not released yet. I'm like, how did I get a copy of a game that doesn't release yet? And I got that through NVIDIA for buying the 5080. Hello. So, hello, what's up? Imagine that would... Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't even think about this. Does Blurp go against TOS of YouTube? Like that is just a sound clip of a song. If I get VOD muted for that, I'm gonna have to shut it off. Beggy, what's up, man?
Goodies hacking cuties.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
That should have played on YouTube for sure.
Hello.
Bakey, how's stuff and things? Ninja Wolf, what's up? How you doing? Okay, I can expand the window. Okay, full size window. Bueno. I am using a different audio track for Kaiza, for YouTube. However, I haven't removed all of the video clips. Basically, if the bot makes the sound, it's not on YouTube. So that saves me from all of the bit redeems, all that sort of stuff. That covers me there. But things like Blurp and Tangia do currently go over. I mean, I guess I could move those to a different channel. All right. So in the last stream, we made the tuning fork of logistics. Okay, it's a you problem then. It always is. It's always a me problem. So the idea now is to run the tuning fork of logistics from our factory here. Okay, all the way up the waterfall to the oil coast. Okay. Oh yeah, we were talking about potentially using those cables for supports because we got to figure out how we're going to support it going all the way over. So that's what we're doing. I'm going to be honest, YouTube should be like a Discord stream. No ads, no music, no bloat, just game and mic. Okay. I mean, I think that's a solid shout. Bad Dog, do you think there's days where you would just tune in and watch the YouTube version because it's
You sure about that?
less chatter?
You sure about that? You sure about that?
That's how I do YouTube too. However, what about like, so as of right now, I have a little bit of a challenge. Like we talk about this giveaway and stuff like that. All the YouTube audience, they can't participate in it. So I say like, oh, type exclamation mark, blah, 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 blah. Like they can't do it. Oh yeah, we should go look at that. Thank you for the reminder. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm sharing desktop. No, don't share desktop. Wait. Why? Oh, this is on? What the fuck am I sharing then? Game capture? Oh, game capture is wrong.
Hello.
All right, let's do that. Let's watch the YouTube video that Coffee Stain put out yesterday. You're already watching my desktop? Are you here? I don't see you here. You using XMX?
Hello.
Yo, Dragon, what's up, man? Hard mode? Coffee Stain Studios. Okay, hold on a second.
A bunch of good about a.
All right, we're gonna watch the YouTube video yesterday that Coffee Stain put out. It was their first video in several, I'm gonna say several months. So pretty big. Most of your audio issues on YouTube would be about monetization, anyways. That's true. I think that might be a solid shot by Bad Dog. I don't have a reason why I think that would not be a good solution. Except for this stream is incredibly boring if it's just about me in video games, because I feel like that is the least engaging part of the stream at all times. All right, let's watch this video real quick and learn more about what Coffee Stain's plans are.
Today we have a bunch of good news about a lot of things, including merch, the Golden Joystick, developments on Satisfactory, and 1.2. So let's get right to it. The world is on fire. It's a dour place and the cost of living is steadily going up. Every industry is feeling the failing global economy. The games industry very much included.
He's a new community manager.
That's why we have come
Mikael
to the incredibly tough decision at Coffee Stain to lower the price on most of our merch going forwards. That's right. Following the success of our Kickstarter last summer, almost every single item on our merch store is taking a price cut. And this is
amazing.
Not a sale. This price cut is going to last permanently, forever. And if you missed the Kickstarter, you can still pre-order the Big Box Collection and the Factory Cart Building Block Set over at lizarddoggo.com. So head over there and check it all out. Let's move on to the Golden Joystick Awards, because both Jason and I will be there in London at the venue this November.
There's another community manager,
We'll mainly
Jason.
be there to hand over the PC Game of the Year award to this year's winner of that title. But Satisfactory has also been nominated, among other real demonic titles, for the Best Game That You Are Still Playing award this year. So thank you very much for that nomination. And if you want to throw us a bone and a vote, go do that. But yeah, thank you. But what makes Satisfactory so great to play still? Well, first and foremost, our wizards are always hard at work to keep on improving and optimizing the game, both on a technical and on a feature level. And today we are going to touch on both, starting with the technical level. We have once more opened up the experimental branch on both EOS and Steam for Satisfactory, mainly with the intent of trying out some performance improvements for the game with a refactor of our spline collision method. Now, what spline collision allows for in Satisfactory is it is what makes you, the player, collide with certain objects in our game, namely belt, pipes, and hypertubes. Spline collision makes sense for these objects because it allows us on a base level to envelop belts, pipes, and tubes with rectangular hitboxes. But as you, the player,
I love how they talk about this
out
stuff.
of shape to fit your paths or your factories, certain points or splines alongside the rectangular hitbox is what allows us, the devs, to stretch and bend the hitbox out of shape right alongside your aesthetical object. Now, you don't need a quintillion hitboxes active all over the planet at once. Sure, the meshes of the aesthetics are always nice to have visible for you to look at, but the hitboxes are invisible, and as long as you are not colliding with these objects, they are essentially useless.
It's fair.
So what our new tech does is it allows us to disable hitboxes from belts, pipes, and tubes when you are far away from these, and re-enable them when you are close by, which frees your PC from a ton of needless, constant computations. And that's why we are very happy to say that in some cases we have halved numbers as big as 60 gigabytes of RAM used through this refactor. Why are you using
Andrew,
60 gigabytes
Andrew,
of RAM
why?
playing Satisfactory?
Why? Agree.
So if you are someone who struggles with performance in the game, do check out the EXP branch and maybe it is going to be a lot better. Any and all feedback is very appreciated. We felt this fix was a good thing to test on EXP before the game hits consoles, because this refactoring could end up in funky situations for multiplayer.
RAM prices are down.
And what we mean by that is we want to make sure that if you play multiplayer, both hosts and clients can trigger hitboxes as you move to and away from belts, pipes, and hypertubes.
Again, I love how they explain
consoles, we are
what's
rapidly
happening with
approaching the release date
systems.
for Satisfactory on the PS5 and Xbox Series S and X on the 4th of November.
Yeah,
So let's get ready to get real cozy on the couch. We did release a Q&A video about consoles not too long ago, so if you have pressing questions or concerns about the game on consoles, do check that out and you might find some answers. What we do want to say in this video that has not been clearly stated by us until now is that the game will not be available for pre-purchase or pre-download until the 4th of November. So you cannot pre-install or buy the game until the release day. Now you know. And Pioneers, it's time. We have a drop for you about 1.2 regarding pipes. Because we have heard your feedback loud and clear.
Well, loud and
we
clear.
We have heard about your struggles and your issues with fluid transportation, and we are happy to say that 1.2 will provide the perfect solution.
Unexcited, malicious high. Is that the handle of a golf club? Oh, that it might be. They heard it and ignored it. Nothing wrong with a sloshy pipe. What up, Dinkaroonie? You think that's a Mach 2 oil pump? Mach 3 pipes? Oh, wait. Do we think that Mach 3 pipes? Why Mach 3 pipes? That's a Mach 2, that's a Mach 1.
Hello?
Yeah, the packager right now doesn't have 2 input pipes. Right? Tanker trucks? Yeah. It's a background shot. This looks like a regular Mach 1 oil well. Farther ahead, we'll watch again. Thank you for the hydrate, appreciate it. You're saying here? You're saying back here? Farther, further. The Mach 2, there are 2 tanks. This pipe here? With the thick bands? This one back here? You don't think that's just a Mach 2 pipe? You think this one back here is a Mach 3 pipe? All right, so there's 2 conversations, right? First, we're saying we think this is a Mach 2 oil pump. And we're saying that we think that there's a new pipe back here. The bands are way thicker. It's fair. It is thicker. You think it's an autofocus? I thought it was an autofocus Mach 2 when I first saw it. But here, this is something wild, and I didn't catch this last time. What machine is this? What machine has 2 pipe inputs right above each other? This is the truck depot. A redesigned truck station. Why would you need 2 different fluids into a truck depot? 3, well, this is an out pipe, right? So I think it makes sense for it to be a truck. But it's a fluid truck depot. But why would you need 2? You just think it's just 2 Mach 3? I know so that's the reveal. That's the reveal I saw, right? Right? So this is a new truck. We don't have this truck right now. Right? This is a tanker truck. And you can see here, that's not a thing we have. They're using different collision system for pipes and belts. That could be why it looks a little different. AI, it could be AI. I don't know. No, liquid fuel in no, Hellwalker. They're talking about being able to put fluids in a truck. Because right now, trucks can carry hard goods, but they can't carry fluids. We have a fluid train. We don't have a fluid truck. So that's it. That's where the video ends. There's nothing more. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. I'm just glad we're not done getting updates, right? It's been a while since 1.1. So I'm glad we're getting something. Okay. Let's turn the music back on. We're gonna do our first break of the night. Hey, C-Pine, how you doing? Bacon Bits, I agree with you. There's something happening in 1.2. And this is what they do, right? They 100% absolutely tease us. They absolutely tease.
Shitter was full.
And that's exactly it. We're gonna be able to finally empty the shitters. Just in time for the break. Doing all right, Howie? I'm doing fucking fantastic. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break. I want you to stand up, stretch your legs, grab something to drink, grab a snack. When we come back, we're going to start working on the oil pipeline. We're going to start pushing fluids back to the primary factory. We're going to start working through computers, some of the basic stuffs. Who needs a fluid truck? The same amount as a Mach 1 belt. Velicious, I agree with you, right? Like you could use a belt, or you could use a train. That's why I think there's something more here, right? There's something more. They wouldn't be just giving us fluid trucks. They're giving us fluid trucks and other things. Every time we get an update in Satisfactory, they show us a couple of things and they save up a couple of big things for us, which is why we love this game. Okay. It needs some more freedom. It does need some more freedom, but the freedom is a long ways away. This truck is a smokescreen. Sure is. All right, guys, stand up, stretch your legs, grab a snack, grab a drink. I got a Red Bull vodka. We're gonna be pushing pixels for a long time tonight. We're gonna get some oil back. We're gonna do some refining. We're gonna start adding more levels. And I'm starting to get to the point of like, where do we put the hot sauce bottle? Where do we do all of our turbo fuel, rocket fuel? I don't know. You're a sloop making machine. I'm a sloop making machine. You're hoping for a sloop, like artificial sloops? Well, that'd be fucking dope. All right, guys. Give me 3 minutes. Come right back. When you come back, we'll do trivia questions. You can come in here, jump into the giveaways. As a reminder, we are giving away a Steam Deck on December 13th. So if you're interested at all, please make sure to come in, check us out, get some money in your bank account, and get your giveaway ticket. Don't need to be here to win. If you get a ticket tonight, put it into the giveaway. If you win, I'll shout you out. I'll find you, and we'll get a Steam Deck in your hand before the holidays. All right, guys, give me 3 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Old Taco, Variable Label is placing a hefty bet.
Enjoy your bet.
Oh, look at you, Taco.
Monkey boy.
Well done.
Probably should have. I think that was bad.
Wait, opposed to the person who is home right now appropriately milking a cat? Listen, somebody's appropriately milking a cat, right? Like there is a litter of kittens somewhere where their mother is not doing the job appropriately and they need a little assistance. Listen, I'm making this story up, but what I'm saying is that would be an appropriate use of manual milking. And what I'm saying is there's somebody at home milking a cat and they don't have that problem they're trying to solve. Does that make sense? I can't believe I just explained that.
Oh, you just killed it. It was shooting at you.
No, that was a shooter?
Where's all the water coming from?
I can show you
outside.
I'm about to
There's
switch.
up here. Oh, it's all over.
I just want to let you know that I enjoy experimenting with anal, butt stuff, and mega pegging almost as much as I enjoy a good taco. Also, Ashley is fucking dope. There, I said it. I know now it's out there for the internet to know. I love anal. Thanks for listening to my unprompted message. Yeah. You got it? You got it? You got it? You got it? You are helping. Guys, thank you for the... Everybody died to the boss.
Double
Everybody.
audio. Double audio.
No. No.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah. I got slapped. I got slapped and flowered.
It's an extra sloppy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You said extra, Daddy. So that's extra.
Also not a doctor, so don't go take a ton of citric acid and then say Taco told you to do it. 'Cause I definitely don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I see some batteries. Now we do have to worry about how much. My wife is into that sort of stuff, though. Nacho. I should just say nacho. All right, go ahead. Just go. God, Jesus fucking Christ!
So, here's the thing. There's still a spot.
Oh, Justin thought, was it a Dixie Chris raid? Was it?
What? Oh my God! What do you mean? There's a spot. There's a spot. No.
I've seen Dixie balls in there.
Damn it!
Come on, take two.
Sorry, hold on. All right, just so you know, the wax is brown. The wax is brown. Fucking amazing. I can't even. I forgot that we showed all of the ass
Cool.
hair.
Once in a while, Extra Life gets to come out and see you guys, you know, giving so much support to such a needy and worthwhile cause. It's fucking incredible. Yeah, that goal is toast. The goal is fucking toast. You guys are fucking amazing.
I didn't forget.
Just continue to surprise and amaze in the best of ways. So I can't even.
I wonked so hard the other night.
Hello.
I wonked. All right, we
Probably
good?
wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay. Moldex, hi. Welcome in.
Don't nobody go in the bathroom for about 35.
Yeah, don't go in the bathroom. Don't go in the bathroom. All right, we back. How was your break? Anybody get a good snack? What's the best snack we got? Just to welcome you back, let's do a quick trivia question. Okay. All right, a Missouri couple sued the previous owners of a home after 1,000 of these came, quote, bleeding out of the walls. Was it A, mice, B, raccoons, C, cicadas, or D, spiders? Guys, you have 30 seconds starting now.
Hello.
Yo, Static, what's up, man? How you doing? Good evening. I'm glad you're well, man. Do anything fun today? Man, that song hits. All right, correct answer here was D, spiders. If you said D, you're getting a little money in your bank account towards those giveaways. All right. You guys ready for this? I was potato. Hey, listen, you need to potato. Everybody needs potato time. Okay? You gotta work on your mental. Separate of yourself. Channel points, bits, spawning enemies is automated with some script, and you manually add them. Very interested to learn how. Okay, so first off, the spawning enemies with bits is not working. We have Dixper. Dixper is a platform for interaction, and inside of Dixper, so that's something that's written between the Satisfactory API and a UI in Twitch that they can interact together. I have a mod, or somebody wrote me a mod in Satisfactory that allows Dixper to spawn enemies. However, last time we tried it, it wasn't working. We can try it again today. So right now that piece is not working. But still, all the other rules do apply. I can't use anything that's in my hands. You guys can delete. All the nodes have been randomized. I can't use Jetpack outside of a factory or Hoverpack. No. Molnix, if you're at all interested, I can point you at the tools. They should work together. Last time we tried it didn't work. So a little money and maybe a few nightmares. Yeah. Yeah, but potato away, man. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like everybody just sometimes just needs to chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it be great if you could just chill the fuck out and just like work on yourself and just whatever that means? Oh God, Molnix, you don't even know. You don't even know. Yeah. So here we go. So we're day 8, stream 8, I should say. Really, it's the same. It's the same difference. We're super early here, and so we just started. We just got to oil processing. Okay, so we got ourselves a little factory here. Nothing big, right? But over here, Grasslands. Look at this. This is 4 iron nodes, right? But if you get down here, which I fucking fluffed it, you'll notice that this right here, this is a sulfur node. That is an iron node, but it's not a normal iron. It's an impure iron. This one was randomized to sulfur. This one was randomized to sulfur. And this one was randomized to uranium. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus. The fuck? Turpentine. This one back here, we found out this one, there's one node under here. This is SAM ore, but it's like a normal SAM ore. And then this iron ore is bauxite. So we have, wait, wasn't this? No, this is bauxite. That one's bauxite, but then right out here, let's see if I can get around. Right out here, this node was randomized into Caterium. So this is also usually a limestone node. It's Caterium. So it's been really difficult because I'm running this entire factory off of one impure... Well, actually, I'm not anymore. But it originally was one impure iron node. We were able to belt in another iron node over here. There's another impure back there. So we grabbed that one too. So we're using that iron node here and a coal node we found nearby to make iron. Then we're using sulfur because we actually have so much sulfur now because so many of the local nodes were randomized. No clipping? Yeah, no, Molnix, we are not clipping anything. We can define what is clipping to you, but we are not clipping. Like, I'll put a pipe here through a piece of concrete just because it looks good. But we will not have a pipe that clips through a machine or anything like that. Or the belts all need to be organized, right? Like we're not clipping anything here. That's just not how we roll. I've got, thousands of hours in Satisfactory. This is, should be in a save setup. What do you mean? Oh yeah, no, it's when you instantiate the game, it randomizes the nodes. Every time we start the game, the nodes are always the same. Oh, when you start a new save? No, that'd be fucking chaos. It is hard enough. This is already hard enough. This is our one copper node we have nearby. And because we have so much sulfur, instead of running coal, we're running compact coal. We went right from biomass to compact coal. And so I was able to run, what is this, 24 generators? We were able to run 24 generators pretty quickly right off the rip. I will say we don't have as much headroom as I would like. If the clipping can be fixed by 5 minutes with a sledgehammer or cutting torch, is not enough to worry about. Yeah. All right, so today what we're going to do is we need to start pushing plastics. The oil nodes were not randomized, so they still exist where they are up there. So the last time we streamed, we made the tuning fork of fluids. Does compacted coal produce more power? Or is it just longer burn time? It's less burn. It burns slower. Correct. So you need about half. You basically cut your coal with sulfur, and it halves the amount of time that it runs. So you can double the number of machines. All right. So now today what we're going to do is we're going to take this blueprint that we've made, and we are going to march all the way up the coast. We're gonna march all the way up the coast. We're going to also power it because we didn't power it yet. Clippy clippy.
Hello.
Clippy clippy. Hey Davey, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome in. Happy Saturday. How's everything? I'm doing fucking well, man. Is there an yippee-ki-yay, mother trucker? Davey, how's everybody? How are you, Davey? I feel like every time you come in, I'm asking about everybody but you. All right, we'll delete those after. All right, so the idea is that we're gonna walk up the coastline. We're gonna get 3 more water pipes and 4 more water pipes and 4 oil pipes. That's the idea. All right, we're gonna put a little walkway up here. Now remember, hard mode is I can't use a jetpack. Dixper is on. Let me just double check. We're gonna run a quick test. Okay, where's my Dixper skills? All right, guys. There is impending train. Please step back from the walkway. There is a train about to come. There's a train approaching. Yep. Okay. So Dixper is running. I had a 28-hour day this week. Oh my God. Work made the news. Was that Monday? Not the good kind of work. The race condition kind of bad. Woo. How do you do a 28-hour work day? That's a 28-hour work 2 day. Monday, we had we had AWS effective view of our systems. Nothing that we controlled, but some of the tools that we use. So Monday was for real a shit day. But listen, as bad as my Monday was, there are people at all sorts of companies and systems that actually had to solve that problem, had it way worse. All right, so let's do this. Let's take our blueprint. Let's go right to the edge here. Edge is back here, turns out. All right, I gotta spin this thing. Okay, and then we gotta send her in. Like that. That's okay, because we can artificially support that. Like this. Okay. Now we're gonna have to figure out how we support it over there, though. That's the crazier part. You sound like a software dev yourself. Have you developed anything for Satisfactory? No, not a game dev. I'm asking for tools, mods, or such. No. I spend all my time building customer stuff, and then a lot of the stream stuff you see here. There's a lot of work that I did there. Like I built an AI for the channel. It basically just does like suggestion work, but there's also some stuff in the background, like when Davey came in, it looks at all of Davey's last messages, kind of reads through that, and kind of gives me like a little heads up on what Davey's been up to. What else does it do? We had on the previous build, we had satisfactory signs that AI would generate. So if you donate money, so this is a charity stream, Elnix. I think you know that. This is a charity stream, so all bits, all subs, all donations always go to sick kids over here at Boston Children's Hospital. So we had a thing on the previous factory. If you donate money, we would ask you for a name of a company that you would potentially fake have, and then we would make you a sign and hang it on the wall. So that was all done with AI. So anyways, yeah, I mean, I feel like there's so many different ways to be contribute, but yeah, I don't do any game dev, although it's always intrigued me. All right, can I jump over this? Which, just delete any of them. I don't care. Just delete one of the two. Or both of them. Fine. That's fine. All right, hold on. I think I'm just going to put one down here. Because we tested in the last stream that we should be able to. Actually, you know what? We should delete all these first. You must have saved the blueprint? Why? Why? What's wrong with the blueprint? Oh, the fact that there's still a hypertube on it? Maybe. It's alright. I don't care. I'll never use it. Alright. From here... It does look weird with the tuning forks touching each other. No, that one's completely wrong. This is going to be the worst part of this build, this piece right here. I mean, technically I should just fucking do the whole thing. But I'm like thick-headed enough to think of like, no, I'll figure it out. That's where it goes. All right, that's better. This one actually has to go backwards one. I think it's right there. I'm looking for where the seam is. See, I think you can see that right there. It actually might be right there. Can't tell if that's one behind. How's the week? Week was challenging, I'll be honest with you. We have a project at work that we're transitioning back to the customer, and there's a reason why. So I'm a software consultant. I come in with teams of engineers, and we address customer problems and build product for customers and stuff like that. And you know, there's a reason why we're there, right? Like, we're there because the customer can't do it themselves. And so there's always this battle that goes on, right? Which is like the customer's team, who's been there forever, because usually we're not the first software engineers in the room. There's been a software team there for years. And so specifically in this project I'm working in, for years, there's a bunch of embedded engineers, right? Engineers who work on hardware software. So they write in C or whatever it is, and they're really good at that, okay? That process moves very slowly. The devices, the hardware, when it changes, there's a lot of time and effort spent to get the software just right, test it ridiculously hard, all these sorts of things, right? We come in, cloud engineers, software engineers, modern web engineers, internet guys, right? Like, we're like, move faster, right? Like, release, deploy. If there's a problem, we'll roll back. If there's a problem, we can fix it. We'll push a hot fix, right? Like, it's a much different approach to engineering. And so right now we are working with a customer team where they have embedded engineers, and their QA team is owning this new tool. and they are just moving at the speed of molasses. And we're like, oh, we have a customer bug that when a customer logs in, it deletes all of their information. It's not a real bug, but say that was. And they're like, all right, cool. Well, let's make sure we test it and really understand. Like, no, we actually already have a hotfix in place. We have to push it. But that means that these other 5 bugs that are in the code base are going to go up as well. They're like, well, we haven't fully tested those. It's like, yes, fully test those so we can move it up. And we're like, well, we weren't planning on releasing. It's like, fucking just get the code up, right? Like, and so we're like, CI/CD, just trying to get things moving. And this customer is like, well, we got to go back to the waterfall plan on this one. It's like, oh God, we're cooked. But listen, it's the cost of progress, right? All right, if we put one of these bad boys up at the top now, I mean, we could push this back a little bit, right? We got inches. We got inches. We got inches. We're going to be fine. We got inches. You know what that means? We got plenty of meat to grab into. Thank you for the bless you. I appreciate it. Honestly, I don't know what's been going on the past couple days. I feel like my allergies are just going crazy. I was trying not to do this, but I think I have to do this. Like, I wanted to have, like, the natural waterfall over here. I think you're too high. Are you too high? Or do you align? Where are ladders? It's not logistics. Architecture? Yeah. Bugs will always be found in software. It's how you want to react is the key. Yep. 100%. I got you 2 inches right here. You don't want a perfect program. You want the one that works. 100. Well, yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect program, right? We prioritize. Oh, what is this? Okay. Okay. I wasn't expecting water when I jumped up here. We prioritize speed, not over quality. We prioritize speed for quality. Hey, IRC. Oh wait, Clue. What do you mean? MIRC? Ooh, look at this well-endowed person. 2 millimeters. All right, blueprints. All right. All right, now. This is the big question. Ugh! Fucking pucker butt up here. All right, can I middle pipe? This is going to be interesting, guys. Your balls? Horizontal, vertical. All right, as a test, okay, there's 3 pipes stacked on top of each other with snap points straight up here. So that's what do you call this? Lane 2 here. Lane 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh my God! Thank you. All right, bad dog. You take good and fast. Yeah, that's fair. All right, so what this is telling me is this works. I can slam these guys in here, and we're going to be just fine. It's just going to take a hot second. 1, 2, 1, 2. Just getting snap points. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, no, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. You. are here. And then you are here. Okay, then you are here. And then you are... Oh, come on, give me. There. Yo, Perf, what's up, man? Thank you for the streak.
We're going streaky! Yeah!
Perf, what's new, pal? How you been? We're gonna delete this shit, don't worry. It would be so much easier with a hover pack, wouldn't it? Huh? I mean, technically, even in the save, we haven't unlocked it, so it's not that much of a difference, but also, sure would. Where's my snap point? Where's my snap point here? Right there? I feel like this is off.
Hello.
No, it works. Doing all right. Currently on a trip, Cincinnati. Yeah, you told us. You said it's a little bit of reconnaissance. How's it going?
Hacking cuties.
Fuck, I think I'm gonna be down there for this bend. All right. Well, look. We're good up here. We good. We good. We don't need this. Okay. We don't need these four. We don't need that one. Alright. YOLO. Alright. We are deleting all of these. We are deleting you. We are deleting you. Okay. Now. Oh. Ugh, God. It's fucking pucker butt town. Whoa, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck. The Underground Railroad Freedom is great. The Freedom Center. It was at the Reds Museum today. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the great thing about visiting any place new. I am gonna fucking fall. I gotta get that, I guess. It's good to go around and see the town. Find out where the locals like to go. Give me a curve. I feel like curve hits well. You know, some of these pipes are gonna bug for sure. Should I be painting them? Probably. What are you? What is that thing? Is that a pipe? Oh, crap. Of course I need to connect those pipes. Why wouldn't I want to connect these pipes? Oh, what did I do? Was I get loose? Actually, these pipes might be too short. Alright, there's the back four. God damn it. God. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I've got all of our. I don't have iron plate. How do I not have iron plate? I've been traveling and eating locally. The public transit isn't as good as Boston, but miles ahead of other cities. Yeah, I went to Chicago. Public transportation in Chicago is really good. All right, I don't have iron plate, so let's go get some of that. Neurosis, Perf is visiting Cincinnati. Iron plate, huh? We should probably start overflowing. All right, we now have iron plates. Get chili. Kansas City has amazing chili. No, regular ass rod, not ass rod. WKRP Cincinnati. What's first thing you had? Nice. What's soccer game? Oh, why are you stalled out? See, we're making more compacted coal than we're using. That's why these water pipes are important, because then I can make more generators down here. Columbus versus Cincinnati. Oh, nice. Do I need to top anything off? Nah, it's mostly automated. You're not. You want pipe though, right? Beam. Let me just sink in some beam in there. Come back for this in a second. Oh, it's the playoffs. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is Facehair was here last Monday. And I'm like, oh, what can we do with Facehair while he's here? I'm like, you know, guy from Philadelphia coming up to Boston. I'm like, oh, let's go see if we can catch a Sox game.
Hello.
Because sometimes, you know, even in playoffs, you just walk up to the box office and be like, I need 2 tickets. They're like, we got bleacher seats. You're like, fucking fine. And then I pull up my phone and I'm like, Boston Red Sox schedule. And it's like, oh yeah, they got kicked out of the playoffs last week. You weren't fucking paying attention. I'm like, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. A sentient taco watches over his factory. It's built. He is pleased. Taco is fully anthropomorphized and considered to be a hot daddy. No, the double quotes on hot daddy ruined it. Turns out I didn't do a quotation check on that bot. So Reese, I'm gonna refund it. I'm gonna refund it. Send it again without hot daddy quoted. Fenway game is on your bucket list. Perf, get to Boston. I'll get you a Fenway game. Unsatisfactory question. I figure the right spot. Do gases need buffers, or is it better to just run pipes and avoid buffers for gases? I know they don't have head lift, but what about excess? I mean, I think a buffer is always good. I think gases probably need less buffers than anything else because of head lift. But I would say, can I break out quotes? You can try. It might. You can escape the quotes. You can. You should be able to. It should respect it. I was just gonna write a script that just. I was gonna fix my script to include that. Although I think that you can run Satisfactory with 0 buffers. What it really comes down to is what is the system, right? Like for water, sometimes a buffer is nice because if for some reason your power drops or something like that, and your pumps are down, what the fuck is this? This is the factory. Taco, I can't even right now. Here, you just. It's rocket fuel power. Wow. I mean, I hope you're happy, Kempy. Is that a wiener? It's something. I believe those are churros. He's got that churro dick. That's quite a waste. Wild, huh? Alright, this is my bin. That's my working bin. I actually have this in here. I'm a little worried about, I'm a little paranoid about falling to my death. Drop that in here, drop that in here. If we lost Ed, the rest of the shit, we'd be alright. I mean, it's not that I'm not, couldn't go get more of those things. It's just more of a pain in the ass. Just imagine how much water evaporated to make that image. Funny Bacon, the other night we asked our AI, we're like, hey, do a thing and then calculate how much water, how expensive the calculation was. And it feels like the AIs have been trained to be like, it wasn't a lot, honestly. Although it can't really ever be known. I'm like, actually, you could totally quantify it. There's math that you could do. It's like, it actually, it's not a lot. Less than you think. Thousands of gallons. Well, not for that one thing, but yeah, just in general, you're not wrong. But look, you can ask how many gallons of horses did we destroy trying to make automobiles? You know what I mean? They will remember, right, Kempi? I, for one, welcome our clanker overlords. Wait, clanker is derogatory, right? I forget if clanker is derogatory. I mean, honestly, maybe I just build this as a part of the fixture. I don't know. Okay, those four are connected. All right, fuck. I wanted to paint them because these are all water. Come on, paint the unders. Paint the unders. Get. Come on, give it. Give me. Get. Fuck you, game. Oh! Oh no! You fucking dick! Oh, you almost got me! You son of a bitch. You fucking son of a bitch, I swear to God. Oh, that was good. Who was that? Who was that? Was that Kaiser? I had to be Kaiser. That smells like Kaiser. Ah, Geeky! You dick. Oh, you almost fucking got me. Oh my God. Oh. Nice try, pal. Nice try. So if you guys don't know, Dixper is an interaction platform we have, which basically allows you to take over my keyboard and mouse, and Geeky just held down a button. You want a rando trivia? I got you. Here, try this one. All right, competitive eating king Joey Chestnuts holds the world record for devouring 121 of which snack in 6 minutes? Is it A, Twinkies, B, Snowballs, C, Yodels, or D, Thin Mints? Guys, you have 30 seconds starting now. I would never try to hurt you intentionally. That was wild. That was absolutely fucking wild. Oh. All right, the correct answer here is A, Twinkies.
Hey, big hairy thing.
Yo.
Give me the nom-noms that are on your desk. I am a very good boy.
You are a very good boy.
Rabbit poop today.
Mr. Max.
I am so very hungry. I think I might
Mr.
die.
Max.
So hand them over, or I am gonna shit in the hallway again and watch you clean it up.
Mr. Max, would you like a cookie? Mr. Max. Oh, hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Somebody said you deserve a cookie. Come on, you have to sit over here. You know where you have to sit. Sit down. All right, let's get your bow tie in the right place. You know, only dogs who wear bow ties get snackies. Right, buddy? I just made 20 of those. Be careful, says Geeky. You know, Geeky, if you kill me tonight, Max sleeps outside. Think about it. Think about it. Do you want Max to sleep outside, Geeky? Why would you warn him? Geeky, do you want Max to sleep outside tonight? Max, if Geeky kills you tonight, okay, you're gonna go sleep outside. High five if you understand. See, he understands. He says he understands. That's on you, man. That's on you. Do you want to sleep outside, Max? Uh-oh, he's not happy about that idea. He's not happy about that. Hey, Mind Jive, how you doing? Here.
We're going streaky!
You have to wait. You have to wait. Look, you have to wear the glasses, man. You have one job, Max. You have one job, buddy. I know. All right, you want a cookie? You want some cookies? We want him to shit in your shoes. One at wait. Okay. There you go. Wait. God. He's a good boy. Who's a good boy? Joni? Every once in a while, you just gotta Joni. Max, we don't have any more bones for you. There's no more bones in here. Go ahead. You have to do it on camera, though. Go ahead. Go get him. Come on, Max. It's like hungry hippos in here. Clean it out. Good old Joni. All right. Here, you take the last one. They're on the ground. Join. Hey, Max. Schnoz. Max. Hey. Buddy. Max. Schnoz. No, Schnoz. There it is. Give me that face. Max got them all? He did. He's a good boy. All right. Say goodnight. Good boy. I hope you don't sleep outside, pal. All right, we are trying to connect these pipes. We got those painted. Now we need to connect this guy up to that guy, but we want this one. Why does that feel bad? We should paint all these too. All right, let's paint them. What is this? Oh, wait a second. What? Wait, is this a Dropkick song? Joni, I got you. Wait a second. Was this did Dropkick cover this song? Song is 150 years old. See, that's what I didn't know. All right, the top 4 are oils. No, no, no. What was that? What the fuck was that? Was that one of you guys? I did not jump. That was one of you fuckers. Oh, I don't see it though. Had to be me. I'm getting fucking skittish. Dixper says no. Dixper did say no. Speaking of skittish, did I tell you guys we're gonna be streaming with Skittish and Bus on November 6th. I fly into Salt Lake City November 6th, and from there I'll be hooking up with Skittish and Bus, and we're gonna be streaming on the 6th. There are gonna be other special guests. I fucking wish I could test these, because I know it's gonna happen. All right, here's the deal. We don't remove the scaffolding just yet. Let's run this. We'll delete this later for sure. I want a way to get up here. Wait, for real? Oh my god. Fucking geeky. Thank you, geeky. Can't do this. There's no way to churn these platforms. Because the rails don't match up. Well, actually there is. Hold on a second. If I get this just right. If I get this on the side. Oh, why am I doing this? I'm going to delete this. Never mind. It just needs to be serviceable. Nailed it. Thank you very much for that follow. Follows are anonymous. Hope you're having an amazing night. All right, we got to put another one of these bad boys up here. Hello? Why can't I pull out? Why can't I dismantle? That was weird. For the follower that just said hello, if you would like, say hi in chat, and we'll put some money in a bank account so you can get into our giveaway. We have a giveaway happening on December 13th. It's a Valve Steam Deck, and by saying hello, you get money in a bank account, and that money in your bank account, the only thing it's good for is our giveaway system. And on December 13th, we're giving away that Steam Deck. All you have to do is type !enter, put a little space in there, type the word Steam Deck, and then the word Max. Yeah, you're gonna gamble your money away. That's you. You do that, just like Hellwalker just did, just like Nightblades did. Get all your money in your bank account towards the Steam Deck. That's all it's good for. That's all it's good for. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic fucking Saturday. Fuck you. I know it's you. I know it's you. That has to be you. That's not me. It's not. We on battery? No, we're not. We're not on battery. Jesus. Roommate. Jerks. Thank you. I think. I did good again. You did good. All right, we are officially deleting these. And we are now on the hunt for oil. So we'll have 4 more pipes in here. Maybe they'll come from over here. Yeah, let's assume we need to put them in over here. So we have to go butt to butt with these guys. Okay. That's not how they went. Yeah, there's a full foundation width in there. That seems wild though. That seems like way long. You see this? We have 3/4 of a foundation here as a gap. Whoa. Is that you? That's you. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my God. So that's only about half a foundation. I can't nudge these guys. Butt to butt. Let's go. I'm down for some butt to butt. There's no way to keep these on grid and nudge them. Can't nudge it. And the water's too shallow here. Oh, the fuck is that? Water's too shallow to put foundations under it. It just feels bad, man. What? Why? Don't delete it. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you. Oh, it wasn't good. It's fair. Fair. I get it. All right. So first, notice this is a half foundation off. Well, we could just. It's just not. So the thing I'm thinking about is, do we have enough room for the pipe to bend up? Well, here we would have more room. The question is do I go a half foundation backwards? Now, do we have enough room now? Now, the bend is actually more severe on these because it has to go all the way up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're helping? Oh, thank you for the help in building the pipes. See, most people don't help. Some people don't help. Some ladies like a bend. Some do, for sure. I mean, that would be the tightest it could be. It feels really... Well, actually, no. It's we gotta go up. It's got to do that because we got to get up to second level. I mean, we could... Doesn't look bad. Paint your screen did work. It showed up. You didn't see the effect that happened? Paint your screen happened. I saw it. You guys didn't see it? Yeah, very believable. It showed up on screen. Is beautiful. Bigfoot put it there? My question is that enough distance? I think so. These back here are going to be further in. Which is fine. We just put them at the same place. Alright, I think that works. Alright, and that means oil is going to come on the top. So...
Hello.
Hey, Shen. What's up? Hey, Ben. It needs to be churned more. We need to be aimed that way.
Look at these hecking cuties.
Hey, Shen. How you doing? Happy fucking Saturday. That's wild. That's a 90-degree churn. Do I do that? Do I stack the oil on top and come on the back of this? I don't like that. Do I not like that? Or do I like that? Depends on the back? What do you mean? Oh, it needs to come on the back like that? I hear it. I hear it now. I hear it now. I didn't hear it before. I heard it then. I heard it that time. All right. Oil is right around that corner. Working diluted fuel? No, just oil. Oil and water. We gotta start doing some plastic. All right, they're over there. Banger. I'm out of concrete. So we're not gonna have the walls. Just like this. Oh shit. Are we... Do we figure out how we're getting power up here? Ah, shit. You started on Timberborn? Didn't have to restart yet? Nice. You got low trust in me. You got low trust. Oh my god, what are you doing? What are you doing, sir? Can I see the nipple? Can I see the nipple? I can. Oh! There's no way we get it all the way over there. What's up? Yet all the paths have handrails up. I wonder why. I wonder why. Also, I have to pause the game every time. Oh, I pull up the menu anytime I touch anything. Heshin, would you believe it? People are trying to kill me?
Hello.
Oh my god, Joe, hi. What's up?
There's no sheets on your bed.
Oh yeah, Mom did that. Bring your blankets over.
Hello.
Hi, Audrey. Taco song is missing? All right, give me a second. I see what happened. I'll give you another taco party with a taco song. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. That's a preset effect list. That is taco party. This one goes there. Save it. Yeah, we Heshin, we are wait, was that Heshin? All right, Kempy, have a great one, man. Joe, we're broadcasting to Twitch and YouTube today. So I made some changes to stuff. That's why. But try this one.
Hello.
Audrey, how are you doing? All right, you got another taco party incoming. Big Kenny C. Nice. I'm okay. How are you? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. All right. We have power on those. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that. We're gonna have to do something. I don't know what something is yet. All right, so we should have power up here. We should delete that. We should still have power. We do not have power. All right. That's giving us power at the power plant, so we need that back. Give that back. What were you connected to? There. Well, the power dipped.
Hello.
Seeing you running oil reminds me how much work I still need to do. Is it Shocky CBS? Welcome in, Shocky. How you doing? Joe, I don't know where your second taco party went. I'm gonna go find it. Shocky, where are you in the game? How far have you been? Joe, where's your taco party? I'm just gonna run one just to make sure it works. You got it now? Joe! 250! Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Hashtag, thank you for the bits. Yum, 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 yum. Joe, 250 streams in a row. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. Next time you get a stream streak, you be the champion. Molik says, I spent the last hour fixing a huge fuse blown situation in the game. During that, Germany's clocks change went from 2 to 2. So it's the clock and thought, what is it? I just been hit 10 minutes. What have I been doing? It's like 2 straight weeks. It's longer than 2 straight weeks for sure. Joe, thank you so much for all the, it just honestly, I can't imagine showing up to any streamer's stream 250 times in a row. That's fucking crazy. Joe, I appreciate you. Just finished phase 3 a few nights ago. Nice. What are we listening to? That's crazy. 250 stream streak. All right, so power, huh? Well, we know it has power. The one that we're doubting is this. So if we grab power from here, delete. No, that's the one we need. That's the one providing power. Now, this nipple has 150, 1800. Wait, it does have power. Wait. 0 power. Alright. Kill that. Pull this up. Alright, no connection. This is the wire we have to make sure it gets power. Okay? How do we test this? How do we test this? We go over here. Is there power over there? There is power over there. Alright, so it's between here and there the power goes. I'm gonna do desert, so I've got a long way to go for oil. There's some through that corridor in the, I guess, what is that? The north center of the map? It's not that far. I did Dune Desert on my last build, and that's where I got my oil from. Depends on how much you need, though. I usually get to phase 3 before I just start over with a whole new game. Yeah, that's tough, man. There's a conveyor wall hole with for belts. Is it? Yeah, there is. Yeah, for sure. I think I've unlocked it. Under organization, you might have to go to the store and unlock it. Under logistics, it's a pipeline hole in wall. I think you're talking about this, right? Pipeline hole. You're welcome, man. Also, you have to connect it to a wall, which is kind of a pain in the ass. All right. So it's between... Delete you. I'm going to fucking fall to my death. All right. What about here? Okay, you got power. There it is. From there. Oh, fuck this. From there to there. Now we should be fully powered. I'm going to delete all this. This is just scaffolding so I can walk around. All right. Now you have power. You have power. Now we connect you to there. Okay, delete that. Delete that. We're going to rerun all this power, don't you worry. I know you're all worried. I heard it. I heard it in your voice. Okay. So everything should still be running perfectly. Perfectly is aggressive. This time I'm actually making an effort to plan things out and stick with the save until they get to the end. Hell yeah, man. You're blind. No, there's a lot of buildings. Don't put yourself down like that. What was I looking for the other day and I couldn't find it? It's always something. All right. We ran out of concrete. So let's go get concrete. Wild jump. Wild jump. Feet up. All right. Is there an end to this game? There sure is. Yeah. There's phase 5 space elevator. And that was the last factory we built. We beat our 1.0 save. I think that was the sickest factory I've made yet. All right, we're here for concrete. Concrete's in here. All right, we're gonna need how many of those blueprints? Oh, Jesus. All right, we're going to do auto connect. We're going to do auto connect, which is a little pain in the ass, but we'll get there. Can we do auto connect if there's no pipes in it? I forget how auto connect works. I had the issue where my false kept flickering randomly. Learned that going options video enabling hierarchical Z-buffer walls. Yeah. So Molnix, there's a lot of Z buffering issues. There's a surefire way to fix it. Let me show you. So yeah, sometimes that fixes it, sometimes it doesn't. If I just go to the Fix It Foundation here and I give you 2 foundations here. Actually, these are bad to show it off because they have such a high pattern. But check this. Right. Where's my flicker? Why are we not flickering? Did they fix that? Is it... Why is that working? Did they change something? Is it whatever the last foundation placed? Feels like whatever the last foundation placed is on top these days. That never worked. That's never worked. This always causes a problem. 2 walls? Thank you for the pipes. I can't see. You talking about this? I'm glad they fixed the foundation one, though. You're talking about that right there? Yeah, it's similar problems. So, you're saying that in settings... where's your message? Options, videos, hierarchical Z buffering. Options, video. All right, so that's enabled. Is that what's fixing? I'm also running DX11. It's a long story. I have to run DX11 for Dixper. It was enabled. No, I'm on DX11. We're running this platform, the interaction platform called Dixper. Joni, everybody, Joni. There's money for the giveaway in the dungeon, which is a Coliseum. Yeah, I'm on DX11, which is depreciated because DX12 crashes Dixper. So, but also the fact that this is working, this never worked for me. The way we've always solved this is with the pillar trick, where you just stick a pillar on here and then snap. Oh! Fuck you. You can eat my whole ass, Geeky. You can eat my whole ass. You and your fucking Fluffy. You can eat my whole ass. Audrey says it wasn't me. No. I said Geeky. Audrey, you are perfect. You are an angel. Geeky, you are some of a bitch. You are some of a bitch. Geeky, you know this. You fucking bastard. What is this whole... Oh! All right, now that's just mean. That's just being mean. Rumi, you too? I'm gonna ban you both. I'm gonna ban you both. All right. That's what I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that. Twist his dick. We need. We got to put some of these resources down. Just delete it, I guess. All right, don't need those. We're gonna need a lot of pipe. Don't need that much. Definitely don't need biomass. We do need the wire. All right. Shit. Okay. I'm just gonna go run and manually fill up those constructors. Oh wait, it's been a hot minute. Where is he? Is he still in here? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, thank you, Echo. You know, we didn't want that, but that's cool. Thank you, buddy. I was worried he went away. You might want to revert it. Yeah. I mean, I think I think they wouldn't put a setting in there that crashed. I think you're all right. Over here somewhere. Did I ever set up a bin, or am I still on manual extractors? And where are they? Yo. Oh yeah, you would, huh? Where is it? Yeah. There's some quartz. All right, I'm gonna collect it all. Ask you a couple trivia questions. Oh, hello. You're gonna chew on the cable? You chewed on the cable? You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. All right, put the cable down. Put the cable down. You don't chew it. Don't chew it. Don't chew it. Don't do it. Don't. Audrey, thank you for having the doggo chew on the cable. I appreciate you. All right, let me just get them all moving again. Because I never hooked up a miner up here. They all spinning? You're not spinning. They all spinning? Oh, hi, buddy! I didn't bring you anything. I don't have anything for you. Wait. What? Oh, did I give you a berry last time and you've been hanging out here the entire time? Waiting for me to come back and get you? Are you a lost doggy? Are you a lost doggy? Mushy? Mushy squids. It's Lost Mushy. Hi, Mushy. I'm sorry you've been here all by yourself, living in the wild. You see these copper sheets? That's dog shit. We don't want that. We don't want that. Go get something good. If you bring me something good, maybe I'll bring you back home. Okay? Otherwise, go fuck yourself. Okay? Now we're married to a lizard doggo. Oh, listen. You see the tongue? I'm just saying.
Hello.
Yo, Memo, what's up, Holmes? Everybody, you follow my friend Business Memo right here? He wants nuclear. Yeah, bring me nuclear waste. That's exactly what I want. I will lead you to your death. The duck off game, really? Because I watched you play it. I'm like, oh, that looks cute. I didn't think it was going to have the teeth. All right. I'm going to try saying this. Trichotillomania is a mental disorder where sufferers try to stop doing this but can't. Is it A, speaking in a foreign accent, B, pulling their hair out, eyelashes included, C, lighting themselves on fire, or D, putting things in their mouth? Guys, you have 30 seconds to type your answer. Who is this memo person? Geeky? Watch your tone. Watch your tone, Geeky.
Hello?
Memo. So tell me more about Duck Off. Chat was telling me to play it the other night, but I'm like, it's too cute. It doesn't seem legit from like a game interaction standpoint. It just feels like a cutesy version of Tarkov. Does Geeky's tone do tricks? Why is he watching it? I'll put you on blast, Omega 7. Correct answer here is B, pulling their hair out, eyelashes included. So if you said B, you got more money in your bank account. GG. All right, are we at 99s yet? No. We'll do another trivia question. Just for Mushy, because Mushy's a good doggo. All right, in 2013, a man was arrested for spreading the ashes of his fiance inside of one of her favorite places. What, Drothar? Was it A, Chipotle, B, LensCrafters, C, Target, D, Chuck E. Cheese? Guys, you have 30 seconds. Go. Correct answer here was B, LensCrafters. Listen, I'm not judging, I swear to God. But how the fuck is LensCrafters your favorite place? They literally are like a cartel, right? It's been a hot minute since I've said this, so I'm gonna take a step back from the game for 1 second. I just want to say first, thank you all for coming by. Thanks for hanging out for a little while tonight. This is a charity stream. Okay, that means every time I stream, it's for sick kids here at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation always goes to sick kids. With that being said, we do have a giveaway going on. Okay, we have a giveaway happening where we are giving away a Steam Deck on December 13th. Okay, we're giving away the Steam Deck. You do not need to be here on December 13th. You can go get a raffle ticket tonight by coming into our Twitch channel and saying hi. I will give you a raffle ticket. Thank you very much for that follow. I will give you a raffle ticket, and if I pull your number on stream on the 13th, we have a whole randomization system. If we pull your name, your number, I will contact you and I will send you that Steam Deck. Now, I'm only shipping it in North America, okay? If international, there's some shit going on right now. Shipping anything international is near fucking impossible for reasonable cost. The cost of me to ship that international would cost, for me to ship it and for you to import it, it's going to cost more than it's worth, okay? I am going to set up some other giveaways. I'm going to set up some other giveaways so for international folks, okay? Itra, welcome in. How you doing? The correct way to answer the giveaway is this. Exclamation mark, enter, put a space, and then you got to type the word Steam Deck, okay? Put another space and say the word Max, okay? We're going to have multiple giveaways on the 13th. This is just the first item. We're going to have a new computer case. We're also going to have potentially some art. We're also going to have probably another display, okay? Now, like I said, this is a charity stream. And the way that the stream works is if you hang out on Twitch, you get money in your bank account, and that money in your bank account you can put towards giveaways. Answering dumb trivia questions or doing any bits or subs. Anytime you monetarily support the Sick Kids of Boston Children's Hospital, your bank account grows. To that end, we have 2 Christmas ornaments. If you do a direct donation to Extra Life for Sick Kids, I will send you one of these 3D printed. Somebody in our community 3D printed a ton of these for me. Thank you very much. That was Dark Techie. And we have a bunch of these blue and white ones, which match the logo of Extra Life. Okay. But then we said, wouldn't it be cool if we 3D printed in gold? Yeah, it is cool. It's badass. Here's a gold one. Okay. If you donate $100, I'll send you actually both, and I'll let you spin the prize wheel. So anyways, I know a lot of people just want to hang out and chill, and that's totally fine. You don't ever need to donate money to hang out and have fun. Actually, just by hanging out and chatting, you do get money towards the giveaways. Okay. Just saying hi in chat, you do it as well. Last thing I'm going to ask you to do. Okay. Tonight's the first night I'm streaming on YouTube. Okay. We're trying to expand our reach and try to help more sick kids. Okay. Like I said, I don't take $1 from streams. Never have, never will. All that money goes to sick kids. So what we're trying to do is expand into YouTube a little bit. So if you don't mind, if you have a YouTube account and you appreciate me trying to help some sick kids, just type _YT in chat, get the YouTube link, go to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. Help us boost the channel just a little bit over there. Let's introduce the world of Taco to some new folks. I would greatly appreciate it. And also the Sick Kids of Boston would very much appreciate it. Mind you, we raised over $44,000 this year. See this number down here? $44,000. When we hit 50 this year, that's $200,000 raised lifetime for me for the Sick Kids of Boston. Now, I say the Sick Kids of Boston, when money goes to Boston, that money goes all the way to that hospital, but kids come from everywhere, not just Boston. They come from all around New England. They come from all over the country. They come international to that hospital because it's world renowned for helping sick kids. So as always, just thank you for hanging out. Okay, hanging out and spending 10, 15, 20 minutes here helps boost our numbers up, helps keep us high in the category, and that helps more people hang out, find us, and all that sort of stuff and support us. So you guys are absolutely fucking amazing. Thank you for all the support, not just this year, but all the years, okay? It's no small feat. It is not, Shocky. And I am forever grateful for all of the support, both with attention, time, hanging out, chatting. Like, you guys chatting, it's more helpful than you would ever know for a streamer. And if anybody here has ever turned on the camera, tried to stream, it's hard when nobody's here hanging out. I smash like and subscribe. I'm going to smash your fucking butthole because I love you. Thank you, Business Memo. I appreciate you. Anywho's, that's the end of all the business. I appreciate you. We are going to take a quick little break because I do need to stand up.
I'm proud of you. You know that.
I'm proud. Oh, thank you so much. That was very kind. Geeky, thank you very much. Audrey, you said the proud of me? Audrey, you're proud of me? Mox, oh, God damn it. 41 fucking months, man. Brother, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. Honest. I am so appreciative of this entire community. The fact that you guys just decided to come hang out and bullshit with me, play the stupid games, listen to music, all the things we do. You guys are fucking awesome, and thank you so much. This world is filled with a lot of bullshit, but here I feel this place, I have nothing but support, and I know you guys, but we bust balls all the time. Love you guys. You mean the world to me. So thank you. And I know I get to go to the hospital, talk with the parents, talk with the kids. They talk about how much the support that you guys do helps them out. Like if there's a sick kid in a hospital, he's there for weeks. The parents may not live close enough to the hospital. They might live 2, 3, 4, 5 hours away. The fundraising we do allows Extra Life to step in and he says, you know what, we'll pay for a hotel room for a week for you, right? That's not covered by insurance. It would never be covered by insurance, but that's the type of stuff that allows parents and kids to stay together through times of unbelievable stress. Instead of having to noodle yourself on a fucking chair in a waiting room, like you get a nice warm bed that's 5 minutes away. You leave, you walk out the front door, or maybe there's a parent that can't afford a treatment. This Extra Life allows steps in and handles that. And we know this. We talk to Extra Life. We personally, collectively, funded a full-time position last year in the hospital. Okay, a full-time 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, a kid going room to room with consoles and video games to spend time with sick kids in the hospital. Imagine that. Imagine fucking that. Thank you for the sticker. I appreciate you. You guys are unbelievable. Okay, this ends all the business. This ends all the business. Okay, from here on out, it's just titty grabs and butt spanks. Okay, so thank you so much for all you do here. You guys are fucking legends. Okay, we are gonna take a quick little break. Stand up, stretch your legs, grab a snack, find somebody in your house or find something in your house, an animal. Find somebody in your house that you love.
Shitter was full.
Thanks for taking care of that, shitter. Find somebody in your house that you love. Walk up to them. Give them a fucking hug. Okay? Tell them you love them. And then just fucking walk away. That's all you need to do. Okay? Give me...
You ready to get fucking
all right.
shit-faced?
Shocky.
You ready to fucking party? You regret it the next day?
Shocky.
Just fucking go.
Shocky. Have an amazing day to work. Okay? Appreciate you, man. And that guy. Look at that guy right there. Look at that guy right there. Don't you just want to lick his face hole? All right, guys. Give me 3 minutes. She is sick and asleep. She would kill me. All right. I'm going to give you a pass. Okay? Nothing stops you from giving her forehead kisses. Okay? Okay? What do you use to support the catwalks? Pillars, beams? All right, Moldex. I'm going to take a break. When I come back, I'll show you some stuff that I do. You do what you want to do, but I'll show you. I show you what I'll do. I've got some ideas for you. But give me 3 minutes. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to fill up my drink. My drink is empty, right? We're going to fill this thing up, and I'll be right back, okay? Watch a clip or two. Give me a second.
Don't be suspicious. Stay frogolicious. Read it.
I'm not going to go jerk off a horse for no fucking reason. I mean... Give me a reason. Give me a reason.
You need a good reason. You need a good reason because then you get hired. Like it's a job interview question.
All right, listen. If I need a job, okay, and the horse is cool with it, and me jerking off the horse gets me the job, where's the horse? That's all I'm gonna say. Where's the horse?
I agree with that.
Listen, there's somebody's job out there. Andrew, there's a job out there. Somebody has the job to just jerk off horses. That's a thing that happens. Say hi, Katie. No, say I'm a good doggo. Say I'm a good doggo. That's Max. Everybody say hi to Max. Here, buddy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Max is a good boy. All right, here. This is your big test. Leave it. Leave it. Oh, it went under the radio. Go get it. Go get it. Go ahead. Can you get it? You need help?
No.
I'm in danger.
Oh my god. Who is this? Dan. Jesus, Dan. Dan, if I have a heart attack, you're gonna have to take care of the kids, just so you know. If you give, I'm just telling you, if you murder me with a Dixper skill, Dan, you have to move to Boston and you have to take care of all my kids. I know it sounds unfair, but they're great kids most of the time. Okay? Extra crates for that. Yeah, you get a couple extra. If you murder me, Bacon, you have the ability. I'll make you. Well done, Nacho. I don't know what's about to happen, but Nacho just handed me a roll of quarters.
No.
What?
Let's see what this card says. Drop him.
Dark. Got 2 for 1 there.
Is that down?
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. And now I'm going to pull in the back pistons.
Oh, gently.
What the fuck happened?
Go! Stop! What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god!
What was that? Fucking afro. The gang walks in on my
The newest gifted sub
Goodies,
out on the
heckin'
channel.
cuties.
Hey, Bacon Bits, did you know I fuck sheep for a living? The ending height of this thing. What? Oh, fucker! Stop putting shit over the place! Stop it! Stan! Fucker! Stop it! You dick. You fucker. You son of a bitch. You fuck. That's a huge fucking mess. Stan. You dick. Look at this. You pulled up a blueprint. Those are outside hexagons. You put all the outside hexagons on the inside hexagons. That's not what we're trying to do, buddy. Those are outside things. Do you know how long it's gonna take to delete all this shit? That was before you could delete a blueprint. Oh, what is happening? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Andrew. What the? All right, we back, guys. Thank you for the break. Let's give you guys another trivia question. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. You worried about that brown burger you're putting in your mouth? It's not too much cause for concern because A, that means just your iron levels are off. B, you're picking your nose too hard and you're drawing blood. C, you're eating too much protein. Or D, your fingers are dirty. Guys, you have 30 seconds starting now. It's a 5x bonus. You did jump in a little quick, Molnex, but you can answer still. I'll give you maximum points, okay? Answer still. Just type in whatever you think. You think it's B? All right, I'll give you maximum points, whatever they are, okay? You've learned your question. You learned that you gotta wait for the message in chat. All right, correct answer here is actually B. So there's all the winners. Molnix, what did you get? You got 320. Top was 500. I'll give you another 3. All right, just call it even. Okay. Give me a second. Let me find this. Deposit. 3 more into Molnix. There you go. Oh no, man! Listen. This world is not fair. If we can make it fair, we should. All right, let's go get the rest of these things. Grab. All right, Mushy. Do you want to come home with us, Mushy? Game? What am I? Wait, are you done? Oh, fuck you, Rumi. I was like, why can't I get this stuff? Yeah, we're gonna run back. We're gonna run back right now. As soon as Rumi lets me get all of the crystal. Rumi. All right, thank you, Rumi. I just want to fill up my inventory as best I possibly can. They all spinning. All right. Now, if you want to come home with us, you better bring me something good. What did you bring me? All right. You know what? Rotors, that was good. Are you going to follow? Are you going to follow? You are going to follow. Okay. We're going this way. Come on. We got it. Come on, little mushy. Now, little mushy, it's going to get scary because I don't have any concrete. Okay? That means that you're going to have to follow me the old-fashioned way. Okay? And that's by falling off some cliffs. Maybe not. Maybe we're going to be okay. Uh-oh, Mushy, where'd you go? Mushy! Mushy! I'm over here, buddy. I'm over here. Come on. Come on. Come on, Mushy. Come on, Mushy. Whoa, oh. All right, this way. Come on, you got it. You got it. You got it. Come on, Mushy. You are such a good. You are a good boy. You're a good boy. Come on. Now, how am I going to get you up here? How am I going to get you up here? Well, I can just delete this. Then I can make a foundation that is concrete. I can make a foundation that is concrete ramp. Okay. All right. Now you should be able to come up here. Mushy? 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 Mushy, where'd you go, Mushy? Mushy! Come on, you're supposed to follow. Come on, you got it. You got it. We're up here. Uppies. Uppies. Yeah, come on, you can make it. Come on. Come on. Good. I was gonna say good boy. Okay, can we get around this corner? Mushy, you're really slow. Mushy, are you this slow in real life? Doggo transportation mod? Yeah, but we're not running mods. Come on. Come on. Yes. Mushy! Come on. God damn it. Stop getting lost. Yeah, I know. You don't see a lot of storage containers where you are from, but that's okay. Come on. Come on, Mushy. Do you need more? Do you need a berry? Do you need a berry? Do you need a berry? Well, then you better follow me. Come on. Come on. Come on, little son of a bitch. Come on, Mushy. Mushy, have you ever gone on stairs before? Yeah, look at Mushy. All right, Mushy, this is gonna be your first time on stairs. It's gonna be a little scary. Okay, you're gonna come to. No, you're gonna follow me. Come on, come on. You don't do stairs? You don't do stairs? How about that though? You do that? All right, Mushy, you down here now? Where are you? Mushy, where'd you go? Mushy, where'd you go? Oh, you're on the pipe, huh? Okay. I was afraid of that. Okay, Mushy. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine, Mushy. Alright, Mushy, come out here. Get a little bit of the gangsta lean to you. Alright, come on. This way. Don't fall down this hole. Okay, good job. Okay, last thing, Mushy. Your balls, you okay? You okay? Alright, last thing, Mushy. Okay, all you have to do... Okay, missing concrete. God damn it. All you have to do, Mushy, is come up here. Come up here. Come up here. A little bit more. Now you're mine forever. Now you're mine forever. Are you, Echo, are you humping Mushy? Is that the first thing you did when Mushy got in here is you humped? Mushy said, get right on my butt. Don't let that fence slow you down, though. Have fun. All right. So supporting catwalks. So I'm a big fan of things need to be physically supported IRL. Right. So usually I do something along the lines of this. The easiest thing to do is just to use pillars. That's going to be architecture, small concrete pillars, right? If you find a spot like this, okay, then you can just delete the one on top. Okay, that's always good for some support, and if you do that, it doesn't clip through. Okay, that's the easy part. Okay, a little bit more complex is to run a beam. I don't have steel. Right. I was supposed to go drop these in here. 1, 2, 3. Don't remember the braided cable? It was new in 1.0. That's a 1.0 thing. All right. So braided cable is new. Another one that I like to do is you can use, there's a couple new beam types as well. But depending on what you have, sometimes just throwing something like that together, like if you had another wall here, or even if you decide to do something like that, and you can clip that in there too. Oh my God, Fruity! How well are you rating? You're streaming. What's happening? Yo, what up, Wellbred Grapefruit? How you doing? For anybody new who doesn't know, my name's Taco. This is my good friend, Wellbred Grapefruit, also known as Wubby. Wubby, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome in. Everybody come on to Wellbred Grapefruit. My name is Mr. Taco. This is a charity stream, always a charity stream. That's all I do here on Twitch. We stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to them. How are you streaming? Well, funny story about how much he isn't. Wait, what are you talking about? We crashed and ended up here, Gims. I usually don't stream this late. I am frustrated. I was trying to bonk and my computer hard crashed 3 times. Oh man. You got that chaos tome at least? Okay, well that's cool. Sorry shit was going sour for you. Have any ideas on what's going on? Did you get a crash log in the OBS? I find like the crash logs when you start digging through it, you find some stuff that wasn't the cause, but it kind of helps you stabilize anyways. Let me try a Saturday night stream. Nobody usually streams then. Nobody streams. Yeah, that's fair. There's it's a pretty packed category at that point. Anyways, Webby, I'm sorry you had some struggles. I hope your bonking went well though. Mega Bonk is awesome. Also here, if nobody here has ever heard of Wellbred Grapefruit, if anybody here has not heard of Wellbred Grapefruit, let me just tell you this.
Hecking cuties.
If you're into your streamers who are very funny, a little on the dry side, okay, not over expressive, not overreactive, but an amazing streamer, Pixel is just trying to steal the thunder a little bit here. Just go hit up Grapefruit. Just go hit up Grapefruit. Do yourself a favor. Go hit up Grapefruit. Anyways, also live action Pixel is an amazing streamer as well. Go hit them both. I know a grape is a fruit. Why do you keep saying it like that? Okay, you're wild. Quit being wild. Do you like your grapefruit plain or with sugar? There's a poll going on right now. You can decide, Wubby, if you need to.
Hey, Vsauce, massive legend here. But where is here, and whose mass is it?
Whose mass is it? That's a great question. But Wubs, if you need to go and try to figure some shit out, go ahead, do it. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate you, Holmes. Other ones that I like to do for support, I've done this a few times, is you can come down at an angle like this. Right, stuff like that is usually pretty good. Doing it right from there. Thanks for the love. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. The angle. And you could do this with pillars too. There's ways to make this look good. It's a little bit more tricky, but there are ways. I can show you a way to kind of fix that problem right there. But you could do this with concrete too. You're not really super limited. It's actually a lot easier than you think. Here, I'll do one real quick. All right, so say you wanted to have a concrete pillar. No, the concrete pillar angle is going to be tough. This works a lot better if you have a ton of height. I'll pretend we have a ton of height, like this. It might be difficult to happen, but you go, you choose any beam, okay? Make sure you're on freeform. Go outside. Say you're trying to stick here. Get a freeform beam. Go outside to outside. Okay. And then go inside to inside. Okay. Right there. Okay. That was wild. That was wild. This one is off. I'll fix it. Hold on. We'll try that again. Stop it. Stop it. Right, that is straight. It is straight. Alright, outside to outside. Make sure I'm freeform. And then go inside to inside. Once you get the hang of it, they go quick. And you probably end up doing this. Oh, fuck again? Alright, I'm not going to do it a third time. But there's ways to make that corner look good. And I'll show you. We did it over here. Right? It's the same tactic we used here to make this corner right here. Right? So those things line up exactly. So you just have to go outside, outside, inside, inside. But anyways. There are tons of ways to do it. And I would say that another one that I really like, Molnix. This one's super simple. I think I have them. Yeah, the inverted frame ramp. Okay, the inverted frame ramp, if you just push it in a little bit like this. The inverted frame ramp does amazing work too. Now, sometimes you have to worry about this here. You can fix that with a pillar if you need to. You know what I mean? And then if you just did like a painted beam over here. Oh, sorry. Well, you can use a metal beam. It doesn't really matter. You can use any beam you want. I'm getting tied up because of the freeform. There's ways to position that better. I fucked it up a bit. But you can see, like, it just looks like a simple little basic support. You know what I mean? And that one's pretty easy to do. You just kind of, like, push it and snap it to the bottom of the thing. I use these a lot. That's a good method for me. All right. All right, so we were just waiting for some more of these bad boys. So slow. All right, we got enough. Oh, you're welcome, man. I've learned this game by watching others and by others doing those sorts of things. So I feel like it's just paying it forward. You know what I mean? All right, back to the piping. Maybe you can create a YouTube video. I could create a YouTube video, but there's a ton of them out there. There's a ton of people that do that, and they do a very good job at it. Copper pipes we don't have a lot of. We need copper pipes, though. You would watch YouTube tutorials? Let's go. You know what I gotta do instead of making YouTube tutorials? I gotta make videos for my previous factories. I've got at least 3 mega factories. 3 mega factories I need to shoot a video for. I've contemplated, right, outsourcing it to somebody else. Just like, hey, you're good at stitching together videos. Let me just go get you some raw footage. Because that Extra Life Factory, the fact that I don't have a YouTube video for it is a crime. And then the other one is the nuclear reactor we did. The fact that those things, you know, you must not be watching those channels? Really? I feel like there's all sorts of those things. Big Kenny C, you got some tacos in your hand? You know Kibbs does a little how-tos? Really? I figured there was tons of them. Oh, I know DC did a bunch of them. $1,000? No, $10,000? What about like $250 Pixel, and a handy? I mean, it's just a matter of me sitting down and doing it. You know what I mean? Like I have all the skill and ability, none of the times. And I say I have none of the times, but also like this morning I spent 2 hours dicking around my computer, getting YouTube on. You know what I mean? I don't get out of bed for anything less than a lubed handy. I got 2 hands for you, pal. $2,000 saving alone just taught me many things and many inspirations. Oh, who is that? That person needs to be shouted out. I can send you my builds too if you cared. Divide the labor between them. Yeah, none of them are video editors though. I had contemplated at one point turning one of them into a social media team. Likely softer. You're not wrong. All right. I think I want to run the... Excuse me? Excuse me? Now, oil is on both of those islands there. Oh, fuck. Big bees? I don't want to deal with big bees. Where are we going? All the fucking gas? Where the fuck's the oil? V button. We don't have scanning for oil yet? How the fuck are we here if we don't have scanning for oil? I'd love to check out your saves. His save is so large it lagged my mid-range PC. His username is Commissaris, and he has a Reddit post. Oh, that's super dope. Yeah, I can. We can take a couple minutes. Kind of go through a factory. What Molnex? What is in the game of Satisfactory? I know you said like this one you're gonna like force yourself to kind of get through it a bit more. What's something that you are trying to do? Like, I just can't believe we don't have oil scanning yet. I keep forgetting I have the parachute. Like, are you working on like you said you're working on tier 3, I think? Motors, 50 motors. All right, we can pump this out. Trying to build nice, and it's easy to tell yourself the definition of nice here. Finished factories already fit my definition of aesthetically and efficient, but that's my biggest challenge right now. Factories are all open roof, ugly, inefficient. Just research aluminum on my first save. Oh, okay. You've got the world in front of you, pal. All right, what do we say? Motors? We really filled them in? We did. Why aren't we making a ton of these? Should be fully automated. Not fully automated? Stators. We're not automated stators? Oh yeah, we never automated stators. We automated rotor. Oh shit. We have stators over here. So this bin should be full. My issue is the visuals. I love beauty, but I can't build it yet. Yeah, you know what? I get that. The thing is I feel like when you have a pencil and you try drawing, everything looks like when you have the build gun, everything comes out like a box because that's what the build gun does. I would say pick up a pencil. Draw something with the pencil. I can show you, and we can talk a little bit about the process I'm using here. All right, stator on the bottom. No, stator on the top. Wait, this is stupid. Hold on a second. Yeah, rotor's on the bottom. There we go. All right, go make more motors. Oh, let me open up Paint. So, a while ago, we said, hey, we got to build a new factory. Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if we made a factory that looks like that? We said, hey, just have a raw idea. Opened up Paint, kind of sketch things out, right? Having a couple of buildings that are in a circle, and then you can see here these. Where's my cursor? You can see here all these numbers here. These are reactors, and we're talking about like, oh, there might be 6 reactors and then rows of reactors in here. These are all like nuclear reactors, and you know, we drew in Paint. Okay, then what we did. Sorry, did you redeem something? Also, there's nothing wrong with boxes. Yeah, no, listen, 100% there's nothing wrong with boxes. Let's save this here. Is it this one? Yeah, sure. We have a Discord channel with the Satisfactory Games-Satisfactory. Drop the pics in there. When you join the Discord, it's going to ask you which streamers do you follow. Choose the little taco. Choose my icon. All my channels will pop up. In there, there's a Game Satisfactory. We're part of a stream collective. I just didn't want to have my own Discord because how many Discord channels can one person jump into? Here's another one. So this is a very late game factory, Melnix. This is the final tier space elevator factory. Yeah, Neurosis?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
What's up with this piece of shit? Yeah? Neurosis? Neurosis? I don't know, Neurosis. What's up with this piece of shit? Huh? You got your Neurosis Black Sabbath picture here hanging on the wall. Huh? You're mindfucked. You don't even. All right, so I didn't even want to show you this factory. I want to show you another one. Here. Let's go in here. Don't worry. Close your eyes, Molix. Don't look at this. Don't look at this. Do I have radiation filters? I do. Hellwalker, thank you very much. Almost drank yesterday's coffee. So that drawing. All right, good. You weren't looking? That's fine. That's some late game shit. Oh my God, thank you. All right, that factory we drew. Okay, that's this factory. All right. So this is a Fixonium reactor. So these reactors here make uranium waste. So this is a uranium reactor. Okay, so you put a uranium rod in here. Okay, and out pops uranium waste. That uranium waste goes through a processing process. It's turned into a plutonium fuel rod. There's plutonium in here. It's just burning the rod. We've got it clocked just right so that it doesn't overburn. This is gonna jam up because of the randomizer mod. It's fine. And then here in the middle, DX11 does not like this factory. I'm feeling it. Okay, and then this is a Fixonium reactor right here. So this burns a Fixonium rod. Again, it's burning right here. Okay, so this is 1.21 gigawatts. Is that what it was? Oh no, you don't even know. Let's grab this. Please hold. We gotta go to the top of the pole. So I have to shoot a video for this factory, is what I'm telling you. Because the factory looks like this. Was it H to disassociate? R. Yeah, it's shaped like a radiation symbol. All right, so each of the buildings, remember we drew this. Each of these buildings has a different function, okay? But then here in the space of these yards, that's where all the uranium is burned. So this is, I gotta shoot a video for this one. You think the other one's better? I like this one. I think this, well, they both, listen, they both are really good. Right? Things I thought were cool about this one. I love the logistics in this one. So I did the... So the logistics are in the circle, right on the edge. They go all the way around the factory.
Hello.
Shit just goes in a circle. Yo, Dan, what's up, man? Thank you for the pumpkin dance. Okay. But the cool thing about this is that each of the buildings, we're going to come across the building in a second. Okay, here's a building. So up in here is one of the buildings. And so we put all the logistics up here, but this is where all the materials come in. So there's trains down here that pipe in the materials. Right, so like I said, each of the buildings serves a different purpose. All right, so this building, this is the refinery. And so you can tell all the refineries here. The challenge with this one, though, was the fact that they're on a circle. Right, that there's a very slight angle to each of these foundations. And so all of these buildings are on a curve. See that? So that made the logistics a little extra hard. Ah. So this is just like making cable, circuit boards. But the cool thing, maybe not the cool thing. The way I like to build is these are blueprints, right? So that's a blueprint right there. That's a blueprint right there. That's a blueprint right there, right? So it's easy. These are like batteries, right? Like you just stick it in. So that's a blueprint. All the logistics are built into it. You just snap it in and connect it. We actually put like power connectors so you can shut them off individually. Yeah, I think Blueprint's like a Lego. You know what I mean? Right, and then the way I did it over here is so this is a left blueprint, then you have a center, and then you have a right. This way, if I needed like 12 machines, I just do left, center, 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 right, like this. And they just kind of all snap together. And then under it is where I just, it's easy. Once you create the blueprint, then you're just snapping together this to that. You know what I mean? It goes together very well. So I thought this was a cool factory. Again, I got to shoot a video for this factory. The fact that I finished this, what? 8 months ago, 9 months ago, and we still don't have a factory. And yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. For once, the man counted one time. One time he counted. But this is the, so this was just to make power for the last factory that I wanted to make. Okay, now this is the final factory. So this makes all of the things that you need to beat the game. Okay, so if you come over here, this is the modular engines. Over here should be the ballistic warp drives. So these thermal propulsion rockets, singularity cells, superposition oscillators, and dark matter crystals to make one ballistic warp drive. Oh, excuse me, the banger. Okay. Now this system's not going to run because of the node randomizer. So the logistics are all upstairs, or for the buildings up there. Okay. And then you have all these. These are like lower level machines. Like these are, now again, these are all blueprints, right? And then over here is some basic logistics in here. But the cool thing about this one, I think, is we did a vertical bus, right? So all everything the factory makes goes on one of these lifts in the middle. And then those lifts in the middle are spread to the left and right sides. Right? And so this is the first time I did this vertically. And so if you come all the way up here to the ceiling, excuse me. You come up here to the ceiling, you'll see all the belts in the ceiling kind of like join the center and the walls on the outsides. Okay. But I think the coolest thing about this is, Molnix, you've been here how long? A couple hours tonight, right? You've seen this, right? You see this right here? That's the logo of the charity we fundraise for. This is Extra Life, right? You've seen this, right? Everybody that's been here knows about what's happening. So we shaped the factory like the logo. So you just saw the center here, okay? But there's wings on the sides. Those wings are filled with factories too. It was kind of challenging. It's kind of challenging. Right. Nobody's gonna delete the sword. So over here is our computer factory and our refinery. So we make aluminum over here. So this is the right wing. Literally the right wing of the factory. And then below this floor Thank you, Etra. Below that is a computer factory. And so this is making super high-speed connectors, RC units, all sorts of stuff. Did we not get all the windows in? I thought I got all the windows in. Obviously, I missed some. My flabbers are gassed in again. I like this. I thought this was cool. We had a hell of a time. So you know how like I'll use this as a map. You see how like wait, what's happening? Is this who's this? Who's doing this? Wait, what are you doing? Rumi, what are you doing? Rumi, Rumi, what are you doing?
Right? Because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you for telling everybody that. I appreciate you. So, so you just saw the factory, and you saw that the bus was here in the middle, right? The bus was over here in the middle. Well, the bus also carries resources for the wings. The problem is, it's really hard. It's really hard to put everything you need to put in the little connector part right here, where the main part of the controller connects to the wings. There's not a lot of space in there, right? This is my model. So there's not a lot of space in there. That little winglet is this gap right here. From here to here. That's where the main factory...
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Are you doing the time warp? What do you mean the time warp? What are you talking about? It's narrow as hell, right? So it was really, really tricky for us to get all of the resources out of the main factory, right? So these are all belts coming out of the main factory going into the computer factory. So it was challenging to do that, but then also some of those resources needed to go upstairs for the buildings that are up here in the ceiling. But I really like this solution of hanging these belts on the wall. What are we listening to? Are those LED screens? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is a Mark 6 belt. So you get 6 levels of belts in the game. This is the toppest belt. This is the highest belt. But that was a bit of a challenge, is to get all of those resources out to those factories there. And now there's one part of this factory I absolutely love that doesn't work right now because of the node randomizer that we're playing in the regular save. Well, unfortunately, it fucks with the nodes that are being sent here. Do you know what I mean? But this room in here, where this is our ingot processing. This is the other wing. This is the left wing. This is where we process all of our ingots. Like, we're making 300 coke steel, making 371 iron ingot. We're making 4,200 coppers and 882 aluminum. Right, they are offline right now because when we did the node randomizer, the wrong resources are being sent in. But this pot right here, these belts right here, just the amount of copper this factory produces is amazing. But anyways, and then the last thing is the floor under here. We have trains coming in. Oh, that's a belt. Hold on. So under here we have trains. So these are the trains coming in and out. Cool. Awesome. Thanks for opening. So the trains come in here. So there's a train network outside. So this is a resource coming in, docks, drops its resource. And this is the underside of the bus. So remember how the walls had the lifts in it, and the ceiling had the lifts? This is the floor. So this is where the bottom of that is. Satisfactory does have a built-in mod manager, it does. So those two factories that you just saw, plus like getting a basic factory off the ground, took us 833 hours. So we build all of our factories on stream. So you just saw the original sketch. You are now seeing the factory that we built from that sketch. Now I'm going to show you what we're making right now. The factories that we're building as you watch. We're in day 9, 10, something like that. Stream 9 or 10. All right, so we tried to do something a little bit different. We tried to do something a little bit different this time. We also are running a sketch. Here's the sketch. We are going to build a giant hot sauce bottle that's embedded into the planet. Okay. We are going to put a bunch of drones, because one of the challenges with this build is I can't use trains. So, you know how every one of my factories has a train hub under it? Can't do that. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to have a bunch of drones, and they're going to come and go out of the top of the hot sauce bottle. It's going to be a really tall factory. Yeah, I haven't... Intro Gaming!
Extra life.
Thank you for the $55 donation to sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Claps in chat.
Thanks, curator.
Everybody clap in chat. 37 days? Neurosis, what are we talking about? The mod manager is located at Fix It Up is made by the community. Etra, I don't know if you know this, but 2 things just happened. A, you're a homie for life. Appreciate you. Molnix, I'll check out your factory in a second, okay? Don't let me forget it. Etra, I want to make sure I'm saying your name right, too. I'm going to say Etra until you tell me better. Etra, we are giving people who donate $50 or more a little thank you, okay? I'll send you some stickers, maybe a pair of glasses, okay? If you're interested, I'm going to send you a form. Just fill it out. It's a Google form. Fill it out. I'm going to stick this in the mail for you, okay? I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifty for the sick kids. That's fucking amazing. So let me set that up right now. So send gift to Etra. We built this. We build this support for sick kids brick by brick. And sir, that's a lot of bricks. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I just sent you a private message on Twitch. Please go fill out that form and I'll get that in the mail too. One other thing, okay? When you donate $50 or more, I like to we usually spin a wheel. Okay, we're doing the ornaments now, but I wanna thank you in the best way I can. Is by spinning the wheel for you. Okay. How about we do wheel spin? So you asked earlier what I did. I did this. All right. So on here is a little extra money in your bank account. Maybe it's a merch card. Maybe it's a hat, a pair of glasses. Maybe it's VIP. Oh, 883 days is 3679 days. You mean 883 hours is it took me 36 days. 36 days straight. Have you already filled out the form as part of the donation? No, that's not true. You have different systems. Different systems. You have to fill out that form. The Geeky, if you didn't fill it out, I don't have a... So one of them is like for my systems for shipping and stuff like that. I don't get access to all of the information you send to Extra Life when you do a donation. If you fill out a form for them, I don't get that information. Okay. Okay. So Etra, thank you very much for that donation, and I would love to spin the wheel for you to see what else we can potentially hook you up with. Where is my mouse here? All right, Etra, this is for you, pal. Thank you very much for that donation. All right, you get $10,000 and another wheel spin. So remember that $10,000 is more tickets in the giveaway for that Steam Deck. Oh. And then you get $50,000. Okay, Etra. That was pretty huge, actually. That's pretty fucking huge. So, Etra, if you didn't see, you just got a bunch of money inserted. You just got a bunch of money in your bank account, okay? So, bank accounts is how you get stuff for the Steam Deck. So, what you need to do right now, Etra, are you in North America, US or Canada? And if you are, what you should do is take all of that money that you just got in your bank account from that donation, from hanging out and chatting and all those sorts of things. And you want to do exactly what Mushy just did. Exclamation mark, enter the word Steam Deck and the word Max. Okay. On December 13th, I'm going to give this thing away. You don't need to be here to win. So you don't have to remember to come back or anything like that. You can just take your tickets today, never come back to stream. Think I'm a total dumb shit. Okay. And still, I'm going to give you a Steam Deck if you win it. Don't gamble it. Don't gamble it. Don't gamble it. Don't gamble it. Don't do what Kaiser did. Kaiser did the bad because he just threw away 10 tickets. He threw them away. There's no way he wins. He fucking won. No, Kaiser, that's the bad thing. You just... Etra, don't gamble it. Do not gamble it. Do not gamble it. That's not how it's done. That's not how it's done. Let me show you. Let me show you why that's not how it's done. We keep stats on everything here. Bad examples. Gray Mulkin, how you doing? Double or quits. All right. I just want to show you. To date, there have been 11,550 spins. People have bet $105 billion. No, $105 million.
Ripton is placing a hefty bet.
And only have gotten 76 back for a net profit. The casino has taken 28 million. Am I getting the numbers right? 28 million out of your hands. Do not spin it. Do not spin. Okay? Kaiser won. Okay? Thank you, Kaiser, for showing everybody the wrong thing to do. Okay? Don't be like Kaiser. Don't be like Pixel. Okay? But also, I'm not your real dad. Do whatever the fuck you want. Okay? There shouldn't be any youngsters in Twitch. Of course, Twitch is a bad example of gameplay mostly. Listen, youngsters aren't the only ones with gambling problems. I quote, don't be like Pixel. We are kicked now. We are... Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell did I do? Nothing. Nothing. I appreciate every fucking one of you. Thank you. And Etra, thank you again for that huge donation. Keelmay, hi. Welcome. What's nude? How you been? All right, we are going to load the save we're working on, and I am then going to go look at... You are not my daddy. You can't tell me what to do. Well, it doesn't matter. I can still tell you what to do. Now, I'm going to go see what Molnix has done. Random tacos. Load this one. Reminiscing on the factory tour? I appreciate it. We don't need no water. Burn. Oh, I have Discord? Where's Discord? Let's see what Molnix... Molnix got it! Alright, guys. This is what Molnix is working for us. Alright. Look, it's super fucking organized. Alright. I see. Well, you know, listen. I'm gonna show you two things right now. Okay? I build like Brutalist. It's okay. I'm gonna give you two tips right now, okay? The two tips I'm gonna give you are depth and corners. Depth and corners can change a build very quickly. Okay? Now, the implementation of this is completely up to you. I don't have concrete. Where did I put my concrete? Oh, let me go get my shit. I had to go get my shit. Let the motherfucker burn. Etra, thank you so much for filling out that form. It might take me a week or two to get it in your hands. But I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's this? That's my bin. Okay. So the two things I'm going to show you. Not this way, because that's where it's dark. All right. Let's come out this way. All right. All right. So right now you have a square building. I've seen a few of these that have like a notch in it, right? I'm just roughing it out just so you can kind of see it. So you've got something where there's building over here and there's building over here, right? The guys down there are angry, right? Like maybe you've done, come on, move out of the way. And then like I saw over here, you had like a row of some windows, right? Maybe you got something like this, right? I know, I hear you over there. Oh fuck. Wait. Sorry. They won't let me use jetpacks anymore. Burn. Ow. Alright. That's exactly it, right? So the first thing I'm going to say is this. Okay. Now, depending on the shape here, if this is like the same, so you have 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I'm going to show you a trick here. Grab any foundation, point it right at the corner. Okay, you see, I'm holding the left control here. I'm holding left control so it doesn't snap to the grid. Okay, I'm using all of the snap points because this game's all about snap point, right? Point it at the corner. Okay, twist it until it's like 45 degrees. Okay. Okay, hold it there. Okay. Oh, actually, no, I'll show you the other way. I feel like this one's the more approachable way. Never mind. Start over. Grab a road barrier. Point it at the corner. Spin it until it points at that corner. Right? We want to go from this corner to that corner.
Hello.
2 road barriers. Okay? For me! What's up, man? Okay? Then what you're going to do is you're going to snap. You're going to point your build gun. You're going to build another foundation. You're going to point it at the center of the second one here. Okay? Clip it if you need to. Okay? What you're going to do is you're just going to run 2 foundations over. Okay? Same thing on the side. Point it at that. 2 foundation, 2... Okay? 2 road barriers. Send it that way. Okay? Now what you're doing is you have made perfect corner here. Instead of doing... Well, you can still do this. Like, you could just have like an overhang. The other thing you could do is you could just take this, push it back 2. Okay? Okay? And now this is your new window line. Okay? It's easy to do this when you have access to all the tools. Right? It's not a ton of work. It's not a ton of work. You're just connecting the two corners of your square, and it just gives you a little bit of a breath. You know, it gives you a little bit of a design, right? Other things you can do. Testing teacher. No, I'm good. Right? You could just leave it like that. There's nothing fucking wrong with that. Right? Then you could just, so the 2 things I wanted to show you is A, connect your angles, and B, play with depth. Right? Another thing you could easily do, right? Instead of just having the square, you just push this back. This doesn't work with that window right there, but what I could do is you just replace this with a foundation. Right? Then you could throw pillars up on the edges to cover up. I cover up all sorts of, I cover up all sorts of gross stuff with a pillar, right? Just kind of like snap it in there. Right, just changing the texture, changing the position, pushing it in. Now, let's just push it in. Let's just do that. And you can just mess with stuff. You know what I mean? It's using foundations as your walls. It gives you a lot more options for creating deformities, right? You can put walls in between if you need to, right? Like we're putting walls here for space on the inside, but the sides of a foundation are just infinitely more flexible. They flicker and glitch, and I think I will have performance issues if they do. But no, you don't get performance issues if things flicker. It just sometimes is just a little bit of a pain in the ass. Do you know what I mean? Actually, I don't like how walls are implemented, so using foundations is just sweeter. Well, there's everything you do with a foundation you can do with a wall too, right? Like here's another trick. Okay? You take a road barrier. Say you wanted a wall right here. Right? Obviously you can, well, say you wanted a wall right there. I don't know why you want a wall right there, but say you wanted a wall right there. You could just take that, and then you could do, there's a replacement method. If you just grab a wall, point it at this, and then you hit the left control, you basically are swapping out the wall and the road barrier. Road barriers are huge in this game. The other thing I do all the time, okay, the other thing I do all the time is 1 meter walls, pull them in, okay? This is a pro move too, right? Right, like this adds just a pang of color to the top of anything. You won't have these. Right, and then you can just take this and you can just, the walls paint much better than anything else. Right, and then the other thing you can do is if you get to the top here and you're like, oh, you know what? I still say, and then just nudge up. Nudge up. Again, you'll have a jetpack that makes your life a lot easier than mine. Something like that is fantastic, right? Another thing you can do, I don't know if I have any of the resources I need for this, but if you just take signs, snap them on the use nudge. I might have to delete this, but you can basically snap a sign to these walls here, right? Snap signs to the edge of the other signs, right? Oh. And then just take all the text off it. Oh, El Turtle Hermit, what's up, man? Well, welcome, Turtle. What's up, pal? How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Taco. That's Turtle. Everybody here, if you're not following Turtle, please go hit that follow button. You were playing some Silksong, were you, huh? How far in the game are you? Everybody coming to a Turtle. My name's Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream here for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to this meter down here. So Sick Kids Day is not so fucking shitty. So please, pretty please, hit the follow button, say hi, hang out, yap along with us. We got all sorts of fun and games here. This is a very interactive stream. We hope to have a good time all the time. We talk about dumb shit. This is an 18+ stream, so it's a little spicy at times. But anyways, today was your first day in Act 2. Well, congratulations. Did you get through the original Hollow Knight? Or is Silksong your first dip in? Now, everybody that came in with Turtle. Yo, what up, City Rat? How you been? There are some seats down front in the splash zone. If it gets a little too moist for you, under the seat, pull it up. It's a tarp, okay? Turtle did you all a solid. I don't know if he told you what he was doing, okay? We have a giveaway happening on December 13th. I gotta tell you, I think it's a good one. We're giving away a Steam Deck, okay? So if you're here in the US or Canada's, okay, and you're interested at all, on Saturday, September 13th, we're giving this away. However, you don't need to come back on the December 13th. You can get a ticket tonight, okay? All you have to do, okay? All you have to do is go type ! enter the word Steam Deck, because that's the prize you're looking for, and the number of tickets you want, which each is $1,000 in your bank account, which you get just by saying hi. If you ever come to a stream here, you say hi, you get $1,000. It's the easiest 1,000 you'll ever get in your lifetime, okay? Unfortunately, that's not FDIC insured, nor is it fungible to any other type of currency. So it's basically useless unless you're used.
Kaisa _
No,
Kebab
Kaisa,
is
we
placing
do
a
not
hefty
gamble
bet.
it. You do not gamble your money. You can gamble it, but you shouldn't gamble it because Kaisa's going to lose again. He didn't lose last time, but he's going to lose this time. He lost it. There goes $1,000. Anyways, Turtle, if you're going to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. Thank you very much for bringing your friends and community over here. I promise to abuse them as best I possibly can. Okay? If you have questions, just ask. Okay? Oh, Queenie, I didn't see you over there. Some guy that plays. How are you? All right. So Molnix asked a little simple question, and then I've been talking to Zero for about 45 minutes. And Molnix, the last thing you can do, just to add a little pang or pop to this thing, is grab yourself a couple of these signs. Now, this doesn't always work based upon computer systems. Sometimes, you know, depending on your computer, you may not be able to do this sort of stuff. Yeah. Okay, I can do that. A spicy question for Turtle, huh? So much learning, Molnix. I'm just happy you're here, man. I'm just happy you're here. I'm happy you're smiling. There's a lot of bullshit in this world. And the fact that you're having a good time, that means the world to me. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. All right. Who is this for? Turtle? All right, I want to know this. Turtle, if you don't know, let me see. How do I say this? Turtle.
I'm proud of you. You know that. I hope
Thank you. I didn't, but now I do. And Etra, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Being kind is free, and this world will be better if more people are kind. Speaking of kind, Turtle, your question is, have you ever been on a bad drug trip? What happened? I don't look at Turtle and I say, like, you're the type of person who seems like you've done everything the right way all the time. You avoided the bad crowd. You seem like on the straight and narrow. So I felt like this is a good question because I feel like this is like where you learn the most about people is when they subvert your expectation. Yes, for yourself, for me? What happened with you? What were you on? But either way, really? You're gonna fart in my face like that? Just like that? Huh, Kaisa? I swear to God, there's some people here have no fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Nah, that's Turtle's question. No, anybody can answer it. The closest I come is when I had bronchitis and I took too much codeine. Sadly, nothing fun happened. So I'm in Massachusetts and weed is legal up here. And I bought some gummies, and I've done gummies enough times where, you know, you get ripped pretty easily. For some reason, I took a 5 milligram gummy and I went to fucking space. I disassociated from my body, and I no longer had threads of reality. My wife was a little freaked out, but she also knew. I've been on a drug called Satisfactory, and Taco just became my new plug. Yeah, if I were in a position where I could legally try pot, I would. Yeah. That stuff is, what's this? What is this? Sleep Theory. Of course it's Sleep Theory. Every time I'm like, oh, well, this is a good song. Who is this? Who put this up? Of course it's fucking Pixel. Of course it's fucking Pixel. If you guys don't know, Mr. Live Action Pixel is basically Music Daddy. This is going on the Hard Rock playlist. Just added. You're welcome. Oh, this is the 9:30 on a Tuesday. Wait, I'm catching up here. Savia? Yeah. Yeah, I felt like I was falling through the floor. Yeah, drugs will do that. So anyways, there's a bunch you can do. I say more angles, more depth. Play with angles and depth. There's a lot that you can do with those two elements. And there's always a way. There's always... Oh, no. What are you doing? Stop it. No. We're not going this way. We're not... Stop it. Geeky, stop it. No, Geeky. There's uranium over here, Geeky. Stop. Oh, fuck you, Geeky. All right, we're playing Satisfactory on hard mode. All the nodes have been randomized. Right next to my base is a bunch of uranium. And so every once in a while, somebody like Geeky likes to make me walk towards it. Fucker. Thank you, Geeky. Molnix, look at this. This is 2 double ramps crisscrossed. Okay? Foundations. Half foundations on the inside painting a different color. It just adds a little shape. You know what I mean? All right, we're gonna go finish. We're gonna go finish. No, we're not. I guess what I'm trying to impress upon you is you don't have to do something crazy, like those giant circles, the controller thing. Like, you don't have to do that. It could be simple. I would like to finish. What are you trying to finish? What are you trying to finish? All right. We have everything we need. In my head, I'm just thinking... I do a 2x2 turn here. Should be like that. All right. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. This game is all about knowing how snap points work. Having a reaction to gummies, I think there was something else going on. I don't think it was just that, but I understand that point of view. I don't do a ton of drugs. Like, I smoke a fair amount of weed. We're gonna have... What are we doing? Where's... Okay. Okay, we'll have a pipe here for center. Yeah, I've never done acid. I've done ecstasy a few times. And it's always like my problem with ecstasy is every time I've done it, I'm like, wow, that was awesome. I want to do it again, which is the problem, right? That's addiction. What was the foundation customization using a radiation shaped factory floor? It was really neat. If you don't remember right now, so the Molex, yes, that's what I learned today. It's my fave. You can 10x the lawn, you want to get a really intricate, fantastic start here showcase. Yeah. So the circle, there's a billion ways to make circles. The problem with circles is getting them so that the corners are smooth. And there are only a certain numbers of ways to do that. So the one that I would say is most popular is to use the corner. Well, there's two methods. One is to do this. You put something in the center, okay, and then from here you come out a known distance, okay. Call it 16 meters, right? That's going to be your radius, okay. At the end of this pole, you stick a pillar, right? Then what you do is you come back to this point again, but this time you don't stick the pillar to the center, you stick the pillar to the side, one snap. And then you snap the pillar to the end, okay? I know what you're all saying. There's an extra step here. I'm just showing the basic here, okay? Same deal. Then you go to the edge of this thing again. That was too high. It works better if you give yourself more of a fixed point like that. Okay. Now you just go to this. You go to the side again. Am I? This is too high. I done duffed it. Anyways, you get the point, right? Like you put the pillar at the end. Okay. And you do this over a long enough time and you get your edge. Okay. Now the problem with that though is you need to have pillars that are long enough for the radius. Now if you remember that building that I had, the radius would have been fucking insane, right? You keep inching it over. Yeah. There's one additional step I'll tell you in a second. That's one way to do it. Now you remember the controller, right? The Extra Life controller. That was a little different. Do I even have the ability to show you? No, I don't. So there's another method if you use a train track. You take a train track, you put a train track down, and then under the train track you can snap pillars under the train track, and then from the pillars you get the snap points for foundations. So that's how I did the controller. I used train tracks like pencils, and I drew the shape of the factory, and then I went under each of the train tracks and I put pillars, and then on the pillars I use that to drop, because the pillars have snap points, and then I use the pillars and the snap points to drop foundations. Technically, I use blueprints snapped to the pillars. And if that doesn't make sense to you, I understand. I can show you, but I haven't unlocked trains in this game yet. Pixel's trying to blow us all away. All right. Can I... auto connect? I don't think they auto connect unless there's pipes in them. No, I'm gonna have to put pipes in them. Let's see, whenever you unlock trains. No, I'm gonna be watching. All right, yeah, just next time you buy and I'm working with trains, just let me know. All right, we need a new blueprint. How do I do that? Do I... Pixel's stretching on this one. So you can only do auto connect if there's an exposed pipe on the end. So what I'm thinking about is this. Now what I'm thinking is, I wish I had a goddamn fucking jetpack. Oh, actually, you know what? I can unlock the jetpack. I can use the jetpack in my base. This is in my base. To make a blueprint, I can do it. But do I have the ability to do it? I also can't hand crank. It's going to be unlocked. All right, I have the jetpack. I just have to go unlock it. But jetpack is... We want the hover pack, is what we really want. All right, we can actually unlock the next tech tier. We just got to go get our motors. Nope, motors. All right, oil processing. All right, just need a couple more iron, sorry, steel tube. Pixel, I heard you beat Ball Pit. Wubby was busting my balls. He's like, you're gonna let Pixel beat your Ball Pit? Wait, what? Where's my? Wait, where is it? Here? Here. Roll credits, but there's NG plus. Nice. Oh my God, Chloe! Holy smokes, Chloe Cosmos is here. Hi, 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 hi. Welcome, 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 Chloe's Raiders. How we doing? Everybody here, if you're not following Chloe Cosmos, you done fucked up. Easy solve, though. You just hit the follow button. Chloe, holy shit. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. What were you playing? It says games and demos, but I'm sure you were kicking off a few things. First, everybody coming in, Chloe. My name's Taco. This is a charity stream. That's all I do here on Twitch is I stream for sick kids. I stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to this meter down here, so a sick kid's day is not so fucking shitty. Thank you very much for the raid, Chloe. I've been having an amazing, happy weekend. I am. We're having a great time. I got a bunch of shit done this weekend. In a moment, oh yeah, I know the spinning Chloe. I know the spinning Chloe. I know Chloe's on a spaceship. She's amazing. She's a very good streamer. She's got high energy all the time. She plays amazing games. If you guys need any reason at all to go follow Chloe, I'm gonna give it to you right now. You ready? Can I show you? Right here. Watch. I don't know what this is gonna be, but I guarantee you, something's gonna happen here. Where are you? Right here. Here's a clip of Chloe.
Oh man, ouch. Is he gonna fall off the edge? Oh, he hurts so much.
I would never. I couldn't.
It's a criminal case. How much damage he does.
Yep.
Oh. Oof. Just roll. Just panic roll. Panic roll. No.
Yep. Yep.
My panic rolling didn't work.
Yep. Nope.
Frick.
Nope. All right. So that's Chloe. 100% go hit the follow button. Everybody that just came with Chloe, this is like I said, a charity stream, but we have unbelievably generous people in this community, and they have gifted to me something that I'm giving away. We are giving away a Steam Deck. So on December 13th, we are giving away a Steam Deck. So you don't need to be here to win on the December 13th. You can get into the giveaway tonight. And Chloe just gave every one of you guys a free ticket to get the Steam Deck, okay? To redeem your ticket, there's only one thing you need to do, okay? All you have to do is go to my no, fuck that shit. That's bullshit. Okay, all you need to do is type ! enter the word Steam Deck and the number 1. Okay, North America only. Yep, because shipping this thing out of the country makes no sense financially for anybody. You receiving it, you're going to pay more than it's probably worth. You type the words enter, put a little space, type the word Steam Deck, and then just type the number 1, and that will get you a ticket into the giveaway. You don't need to be here on the 13th. If you win, it automatically pops up in my Discord. It's on the VOD, all that sort of stuff. All you need to do is just type that into chat. And every time you come by a stream and say hi, you just have to say hi in chat. We'll put $1,000 in your bank account. Now, if you've been here before, you have other tickets in your bank account, okay? Enter space Steam Deck space max, and 100% of it, well, 100% of your bank account would be put into the giveaway. Steam Deck, it's just like it says in there in yellow, all one word. Enter space Steam Deck, all one word, space, and then the word max. Just do exactly with, well, Mr. Snippy is going to get 1 ticket, but Mr. Snippy, check your bank account. Because if you type !bank, each ticket is 1,000 bank dollars, and you get bank dollars by hanging out, saying hi in chat, and also answering stupid, dumb questions that nobody in their right mind would answer, like this one. This is some trivia. If you answer correctly, you're going to get more money in your bank account, which is more tickets in the giveaway. So answer this question correctly. Wait for the message in chat that says it's ready. If this is your favorite color, you're certainly unique because it ranks as the least favorite in a recent poll. A, yellow. You have to wait. You have to wait until chat until it says time for you to enter. A, yellow. B, brown. C, orange. D, violet. You've got 30 seconds starting now. Guess. There's no reason why not to guess. You never lose money in your bank account. Chris, thank you very much for hooking up Chloe with the gifty. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. See, Chloe, what you did? Chloe, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, I'm over here. Chloe, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing all your friends over here. Okay, the correct answer, thank you for those follows. The correct answer to this question is B, brown. If you said brown, you're going to get money in your bank account, right? That's as easy as it is. Did anybody answer B before the quiz timer started? Fudgesicles did and Gray Mulkin did. All right, Fudgesicles and Gray Mulkin, did you get max credit here? Max credit. Fudgesicles, I don't see you on here. I'm going to hook you up. Looks like the top dog was 175. So, deposit. Fudgesicles. We're just going to give you a clean 200. And then, who's the other one? Sorry. Brain be bad. Fudgesicles, Gray Mulkin, and Gray Mulkin. All right, Gray Mulkin, you'll get 200 too. Oh, Gray Mulkin got 120, but that's okay. You have to wait. You have to wait until it says we're accepting answers. Okay. The last thing I'll say, and this will be it, and I won't bother you at all for the rest of the night with any of this dumb bullshit, is I appreciate you all for being here, just hanging out, hitting the follow button, lurking in chat. All these things help me stay high in the category. When I stay high in the category, we attract new friends like Chloe. And when new friends come in here, that helps me help more sick kids. Okay, so I appreciate the raid, Chloe. Please go take care of yourself. Do your post stream care. Thank you for bringing your friends over here. I will abuse the shit out of them. Zartan, see that? Zartan.
Hello.
Zartan. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Zartan, you gifted out to, oh my God. Also, I see you, For Me. Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits as well. Swift Live, Rune Knox, and Nightseer AI. And For Me, this is for you, pal. For Me, incredibly generous of you. Thank you for the taco party. Everybody, take a taco off the floor. All right. Both of you, thank you very much for your generosity. Zartan, check your bank account. You now have more money in your bank account. For Me, go check your bank account. You got more money in your bank account. Your bank account, the only thing, bank accounts don't do any sort of redeems here. You can't request a song with your bank account. Your bank account, the only thing it's good for is this giveaway. Okay? Enter space Steam Deck space Max. Take all that money in your bank account and put it into the giveaway. Okay, we have some more prizes that are going to be announced over the next couple of weeks as we build up to the December 13th giveaway. I'm gonna have another custom computer case and also a disc plate. So that's a metal sign that you can customize and hang on your wall. So, anyways, hit the follow button. Come back, check us out. Every time you say hi, you get another ticket in the giveaway. Every time you do bits, subs, donations, or anything like that, you get more money in your bank account. And also, if you just hang out and chat, you get money in your bank account. It's win, 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 win. And that's it. I'm done. I'm getting off my little soapbox. We're playing Satisfactory. It's a factory building game. We're early. Chat can fuck with me. There's all sorts of buttons here. Honestly, just jump on the furniture, make yourself at home, and just have a good time. If you got a song you want to hear, please let me know. Smash one of those buttons. That's all free stuff. That's it. I'll stop bugging you. Thank you. Okay, what the
Sorry, sir. Doing my best.
I think you're doing fucking great. Thank you very much. What are we listening to? Oh my god.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Rogersini, hi. Cheers to you. Thank you for coming by. I can do that. You gonna stretch too?
I'm Pickle Rick.
You are Pickle Rick. Okay. All right.
Oh, well, pardon me, Mr. Perfect. I guess I forgot that you never ever make a mistake.
I never said that. I never said that. All right. So here's what I'm thinking, guys. I need to change this blueprint. Oh my god, Hessian.
That can't be right. I have encountered the numeral 3 an inordinate number of times over the last 2 hours.
Hessian? Are you hacking my computer again? Hessian, we've talked about this. Hessian, we've talked about this. You're not supposed to get into my computer and put the 3s up on the screen again. We've talked about this. I don't know how to make it more clear that I do not appreciate it when you do this. Okay? Can you please undo it, Hessian? Please? Hessian? Come on. Thank you. Thank you, Hessian. Swear to God, man. It's like herding cats sometimes. Nah. All right, so Satisfactory game. It is a factory game. If you guys don't know, you build a machine. This machine here is a constructor. It takes something in and it makes something. You have a bunch of recipes. You could take in an iron ingot and it can make iron sheet. You could take iron ingot, you can make iron rod. Cool, right? And then what you can do is you can take that and you can hook a belt to it and you can hook that to another machine, right? So you can put another machine in here in front. You can connect this machine to that machine, and then this thing can make something that goes in that thing, right? And then there's another machine that takes two things. This machine, right, takes two belts. It can take this belt here, and then it can take another belt, say from, I don't know, this container over here. And so at the end of the day, that's what we do. Don't forget the train. Are we still in teacher mode? Nah, I'm just showing people, like, a lot of people don't know this game. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate you. If you say hi in chat, I can ask you a non-spicy question or a spicy question to get to know you a little bit. Here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I know I can't put a blueprint into a blueprint. Okay, I know I can't do that. But what I can do, okay, is I can use that blueprint to snap to other objects. So if I put clean pipeline from here to here, there to there, there to there. Come on, get in the fucking hole. From there to there, there to there, there to there. So we're building a petroleum factory that's going to make plastic and rubber. Why can't I connect you? And to do that, I need to transport a lot of fluids. Some of those are... should I paint these? Probably. All right. I'm going to paint them. Because if I don't paint them, I'm going to be sad that I didn't do it in the blueprint. Hi, hello, hola, hola. Not working? What do you mean? Intro, what are you trying to do? All right, top one's going to be oil. Tina got game. Hi, Tina. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I think you followed, right? Yeah, there you go. You followed a couple minutes ago. Tina, I got a question for you. Spicy question. Oh, okay. You have a spicy... No, we just gave you a spicy question at Turtle Hermit. All right. It's not a spicy question to Tina. Oh, you want a spicy question? Okay. All right. I see. I'm sorry. All right. I have these getting to know you questions. Okay. They're not spicy, but I can give you a spicy question if you rather. These are kind of tame, but these are just get to know you a little bit. So Tina, thank you very much for that follow. Tina got game. Your question that you don't need to answer is this one. What was the best art project you ever made? What is something that you worked on that you were proud of? Best art project that I've ever been a part of. Well, I mean, I think the stream is kind of an art project. If we said like more of a traditional art with some sort of like paper medium. Oh, I painted I shit my pants. That is modern art for sure. At one of my offices, I work in the digital space. We were retrofitting an office, and we wanted to put up like a cool mural. So I used to be a graphic designer, so I designed something in Photoshop. It's just like the name of the company in like graffiti font and stuff like that. And I'm not a graffiti artist. I've never done that. But we got a wall, we painted it with base white. I put a projector, pointed it at the wall, put my art in the projector, and then we just went around with pencil and sketched all the lines and then basically painted it. And it came out fucking fantastic. I do not do art. Okay. I drew a picture in ink and pastels of the Hotel California that placed in an art contest when I was in high school. That's awesome. Did you paint nachos? With my semen. Yes. All right, Tina. I can change it up. I can ask you another one. Tries like a Jackson Pollock crossed with a late night fart, Rogersini. I made a model volcano with cornstarch and salt as the base. That's awesome. Tina, I got another question for you. Do you want me to go a little bit spicier? I want to get a good question for Tina. Oh, it's Tita, by the way, not Tina. Tita got game. I'm not gonna ask that question. That's a bullshit question. Not too spicy. Okay. We'll stay down here. I got plenty of non-spicy questions. All right, this one's not a bad one. All right, Tina. Tina, what posters did you have in your room growing up? Were there any bands? Were there any pictures of movies? Were there any cartoon characters or any shows or anything like that? In my room growing up, I had Boston Bruins hockey players, lots of bands. I think I had a giant Limp Bizkit poster. I definitely had a Pulp Fiction poster. Super young, I had a Bigfoot, the monster truck. Let's see, what else did I have? Yeah, that's it. So music, hockey, movies, that sort of stuff. Also, Atra, you want a question? You said spicy or non-spicy? I forgot. You want a spicy question? Okay. Let's see what Tita has on their wall. These are auto 2D. Oh, they're fucking curved, man. I fucked it up. I totally bollocksed it. Yeah, let's see what Tita's got for what pictures are on the wall question. All right, that should be straight. We're gonna use the clean pipes. We're gonna leave this on curve mode. Okay, we're gonna paint those black. Okay. Do they seem bent? No. Alright, these are gonna be blue because these are gonna have water in them. Alright, do I do them on the other side too? Yeah, why not? Let's see, why not? I didn't have my own room. We lived one room family of 5. Kitchen outside the house. My dad had some movie stars around the early 70s. Okay, Tina. I hear you. Thank you very much for that info. I can see the challenge there. All right, Atra, your question. I'm going into the spicy bin for you because you've been super chill, man. So I have boxes and boxes of questions. I have these questions here. These are called Let's Get Deep After Hours. So there's some raunchy stuff in here, okay? You also don't need to answer it. You can just tell me to STFU or GFY. GFY actually does something here, okay? Your question that you definitely don't need to answer. All right, here. Just so you know, I'm not cherry picking, okay? You're gonna get a random question here. Whatever comes out of the shuffle, I just drop cards all over the place like an idiot. All right, this one right here. This one's yours. This one says, at what age did you lose your virginity? All right, that's a fucking rough one. How about this one? Where's the wildest place you've had sex? Go for that one. Also, don't need to answer it. You can tell me to go fuck off. Golf course. That's a pretty good one. 18, Vegas. That's... But where in Vegas? We talking about like on the roof of a building, or are you just saying hole in one? Fantastic. Fantastic. Exactly what I was hoping for. Are you guys? Yeah, you're straight. I don't know what it is about this perspective. It just feels like the pipes have a bit of a bend to them. You see that? It feels like they're curved. I think it's just an optical illusion. Okay. So there is my belt holder with pipes in it. A bit of a curve at TwitchCon in Vegas. A parked car at the office parking lot. I had a Batman posters on my wall from the '89 movie. Oh, Crocodile Dundee poster saying, "That's not a noise." And a model of the Tower of London built out of cardboard. Oh, you had a Tower of London built out of cardboard with your dad. Nice. TV studio. Gray Milken says, at a ranch just outside. Her kitchen while her parents were in the corner watching TV. Holy shit. I think the dental office was more interesting than the golf course. Fucking Entry gets around, man. All those answers are fucking wild. The winner is... I think you have to go with dental office. I think that's the wildest place. I mean, you have to have an appointment to get into that. TV studio is pretty good too. Was it a paid position, Pixel? All right, so this is gonna be saved as 9 pipe holder with pipe. Now, we don't always want this, but you're gonna want this when we're going over long distances. That was Gray Milka, that was my first thought too. Fucking getting whippets on. All right. Gray Milken, I don't think Killadrix has played this yet, but he mentioned maybe playing this, right? She was, oh no! Oh no! Oh no, you fucker! You absolute dog shit asshole who did this, Geeky, you fucking dick. You goddamn asswad. You goddamn asswad. I swear to God. All right, so there's a platform called Dixper, and with Dixper, you can press keys on my keyboard. What happened there is I jumped, and as soon as I jumped, Geeky held down the strafe button, which sent me wildly off course into the fucking pit, okay? I luckily caught it, okay? I almost didn't. You goddamn son of a bitch. God, fuck, I'm so... Well, look, I needed to come under here anyways, so thanks, Geeky. So... Now, this can be a straight shot. Ani and Factorio on his list for physical damage week, which is an idea for themed games. He'll melt his brain and throw chat, no backseating mode, more normal. He's personally an Ani. The Killadrix Ani streams have been fucking gold. Absolute fucking gold. All right, we're just gonna delete that for now. This is fine. This is fine. This is exactly Did you? Yeah, okay. You turned off run. Oh, Kiki, I swear to God, pal. I swear to fucking God. You did tell me earlier, like, haha, I bought a bunch of those. You better be aware. There should be... So I'm thinking of, like, how do I support this, like, physically? And I keep thinking. All right, we're going to lay more. We're going to lay more pipe. I may share sometime. Please do, Etra. I'm glad you came in. You decided to hang out. It's good to get to know you guys. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about, man. Which is like, I feel like I watch a lot of YouTube, but it's like, I feel like I know some people who stream games, but I don't know the streamers. You know what I mean? All right, do we take the first one? How do we do this? I think if I just take the blueprint, the 9-pipe holder, no. Okay. Auto connecting. I don't think this is going to auto connect until there's pipes on it. Okay, like that. All right, now if I do another one. Okay. Now they're, oh, I gotta run parallel to this thing. This should save us a lot of time. Come on. Why not? Because it shifted? That's it? What do you mean that's it? You can't auto-connect that long? Oh, fuck. It's this... Do I live in Arkansas? No, I live in Massachusetts, Boston. I feel like auto-connect doesn't work at that scale. I mean, how long is a pipe itself? If I was manually doing it, right? If I was just putting up a wee little pipe here. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess it's just a little shy of what it would work normally. Just I wanted it to be big and long and easy to service. You know what I mean? This is gonna be difficult. Missing copper sheets. All right. Well, I don't need the bottom pipes. I only need the top pipes. This is gonna look weird. It was wintertime and I didn't know my way around. Yeah, it can be kind of hard to get around in the winter. It's kind of fucking bullshit. Yeah, the winter, the fucking ground is always fucking salty and slushy. I'd probably say like May, June, and July are our best months. I would say just avoid January, February. All right. So things I need to change is, first and foremost, I don't need all 9 pipes going that entire distance, right? Because I'm only gonna have the bottoms, and then we rise up the oil, or do we always put the oil high? Fuck. Oh God. I think I'm overthinking it. So the question is, the oil. Do I run the oil pipes on top the whole way and have the bottoms bare like this until it gets to the water where they all get filled in? Or do I run them on the bottom, and then when we get to where the water is, I move the oil pipes to the top? I'd say you just run them on the top. So this will greatly reduce my oil need. Well, I mean, greatly reduce my, oh, this one also doesn't have the holder. All right, hold on. All right, so save this blueprint. Actually, let's save it in the right directory, though. New category, right here. All right, and then I gotta fix the blueprint because we got rid of the hypertube here. All right, and then we save this as the non-pipe variant. Which is gonna be easier to fill in as you go. I don't have to fill them in if I use the connector. Oh my God. Oh, it's a fucking Wally, man. Wally. What up, Wally and Raiders? Happy fucking Saturday. I'm Taco. That's a Wally. Everybody, please grab a seat. Come by. Hang out. Wally, what were you up to? More Captains of Industry? I did check out that photo you dropped in the in our Discord. That looks like a crazy... You said that's nuclear, right? Wait, what? That was nuclear, right? The last thing you were working on? Anyways, everybody coming to Wally. My name is Taco. This is a charity stream. All bits, all subs, all donation go to the sick kids. That was oil. Oh, why did I think you were doing nuclear? Maybe somebody else was doing a Captain Industry nuclear build? Oh, we looked. I thought we looked at your oil processing.
Yum.
Nuclear was the last time. Okay. All right.
Yum.
Hessian, thank you for the bits, man. Everybody coming in with Wally. My name's Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids, Boston Children's Hospital. You didn't post. Okay. The picture you posted was your oil build, but now you're working on nuclear. That's right.
Look at these hecking cuties.
Everybody go hit the follow button. We are doing a giveaway on December 13th for a Steam Deck. If you have come by here before, if you've said hi, you have money in your bank account. Money in your bank account can be used for the giveaway. Yeah, that giveaway is for a Steam Deck. So if you want to, all you have to do is type !enter space Steam Deck space Max. Oop, wrong button. Ow! I'm lost. All right, I'm back. Hey, Jeremy. Enter space Steam Deck space Max. Get all the money out of your bank account. Don't need to be here to win. I'm only shipping the Steam Deck to North America. Shipping it outside of North America from a cost perspective.
_dog_games is placing a hefty bet.
Well, I mean, listen, it's your money. You get to do what you want with it. There are two things you can do with your money: put it in a giveaway or gamble it. And you just lost some. Yeah, Turpentine, check your bank account. Does account work? Does account work? Account might work. No, account doesn't work. Bank does, though. !bank. Well, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. I appreciate you, man. Make sure to take care. Night night all. Hey, Neurosis, thanks for hanging out and chilling, brother. I appreciate you. Name is already in use. Do you want to continue? Yes, we would like to overwrite it. We need more copper. That was the last thing we heard. But deleting those blueprints that are up there, we're going to reclaim a bunch of copper. We have lots of copper. That's not a problem. Okay. Fuck it. I'm just sitting there just waiting for something to go fucking bullshit. You call it gambling, but others call it risky investing. I mean, that's fair. Others call it degenerative behavior. You know what I mean? I cheat and use the fly code. Yeah, Etra, they don't let me do that here. They say, no, Taco. That's too easy. I'm dropping a crate, aren't I? I did. All right, we got to stick one in first. Blueprint with the pipes and the boots with the fur. It did not auto snap because there's no exposed pipe. However, this next one should. That looks even. Wait, are those warped? The fuck? Alright. Fuck you, game. We're gonna have to do it this way. I didn't want to do it this way, but now we can be under it. It should be alright. Come on, give me uppies. I want uppies. You can run through the hologram before you place it. That's actually a good shout. You wouldn't expect that from Bad Dog, but very true. I've seen you come, seen you go. There you go. Did it work, Jeremy? There you go. 81 tickets. Nice. That's a big noodle. Forgot to jump through it. I mean, once you get blueprints going, man, it really cooks. Tickle. The other thing is we gotta delete all these. And we gotta run power. I might have to run ancillary power because I don't know if I can get to the power that's under there. No. No! Stop it! See, I can't reach the power nipple. I actually really like the look of the lights under the water and the reflection. Looks cool. All right, Geeky. How we going, buddy? Any plans to stream tomorrow? No. It's my father-in-law's birthday. I'm gonna be heading to his house, hanging out, watching some football, hanging out with the kiddos, probably playing some board games and some shit. I mean, it is always a possibility I stream tomorrow night, but I don't know. I'd probably end up just retiring early. Geeky, I love you, pal. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all your suggestions. Thanks for being a badass. Just the final reminder for anybody who's here, can hear me. Tonight's the first night we streamed on YouTube. If you could hit the exclamation mark YT, go follow that link. Go hit the subscribe button. Go help boost us up a little bit over there. It's fantastic. How's viewership been there tonight? 35. Okay, we peaked over here like 60-ish. It's been pretty good. That was pretty good. I feel like we moved the needle a little bit. Average view duration, an hour and a half. That's gonna be pretty good. It's good for concurrent. Hey, IT Eagle, thank you, man. Appreciate it. We're new over here. I don't know what's gonna happen with this channel. Definitely gonna wait. What the fuck? Hello? I don't have any weapons. Fuck you, little monster.
Hello.
Hey, Booty, what's up, homie? Congrats on starting YouTube. Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing with it, but figured
Goodies, hacking cuties.
I'd figured that beautiful bastard needed a shout out. That's what I figure. Booty, how's stuff and things, man? How's stuff and things? Are you stuffing things yet? All right. Why am I not keeping going? Just because that little guy scared me? Is that what happened? Doing good? Good to hear, man. What you been up to? Etra, hello. I see you over there. Thanks for the chat. Went to the McDonald's to give him a good McStuffin. I mean, goated. Goated. I hear McDonald's is way down. All fast food is way down because the cost of their food is so high that it's like, hey, you know what? We actually just rather go to a good restaurant versus eating shitty food. It's so wild. Because everybody used to say, like, fast food was recession-proof, right? Like, no matter how bad the economy got, people would always go to fast food. And now people are like, you know what? McDonald's can eat the butthole. Eat thine butthole. If you guys aren't using blueprints, you've done fucked up. It was supposed to be cheap, yeah. It stopped being cheap a while ago, though. What's your pipe in there? This is oil. We're about to hit our first oil we're about to tap our first oil node, and so we're gonna go grab all this oil, all these oily boys, and send it back to the base we're working on. Fuck, I did it again. I'm gonna have to scoot around it. But blueprints, man. McDonald's could take the $4 basic cheeseburger and fucking shove it. Yeah. It's so not worth it. You'd rather go to, like, listen, I'm not saying Chili's is a great restaurant, but I'm saying I'd rather go spend $7 for a Chili's cheeseburger that was made by somebody who actually knows how to cook. You know what I mean? It's wild. It's It's wild for actual food. And not to like try to glaze chilies. They don't need me glazing them, but you know what I mean? It just feels like it's just insane. Like everybody's just turning the temperature up, and the giant greedy corporations. Not to say, again, Chili's is not a greedy corporation. It's a $6 a pound for meat. I'll make my own. That's true too. It's always a good shout. Bad Dog, what's I mean, like, the whole point though is like if you're gonna go out, right? It's like a, you know, gonna take the fam out or something like that, right? Bad Dog, what's your typical cut of meat though? $1 million is maybe a wild shout. Oh, you mean eating at home? Yeah, probably. Like no salt or low salt. All right, what are we doing here on this corner? We'll stick one more in, 2 off that corner. And then we're probably gonna have to make the corner manually. All right, where's 2 off? Right there. All right, that's 1. This is 2. We don't need them to link, but that's fine. We import beef for general use like McDonald's and export good beef. For so companies use it for better product. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the whole system's kind of fucked. You know what I mean? But anyways, I was just trying to point out that these recession-proof companies that for the longest time are like, no matter what, this company is always going to be around. It's always going to do well, and it's like it's not true. People are starting to say, "Fuck it." Where are we even going? Oh, the whole thing I was supposed to do was unlock oil. I haven't done it yet. Get a little Q&A over here. Cute little quality assurance. What's my preferred temperature for steak? Medium. Like every once in a while you ask for a raw and it is too raw. So I usually go with a medium. I want to feel like they cooked it. Just give me that. Next here on the outside with some garlic and oil. Hell yeah, Booty. Booty, are you a cook? Do you like to cook? Are you the griller in the house? I don't know what you guys like, but Nacho does most of the cooking. all the baking and I do all the grilling. All right, stick that in your pipe. Okay, now we can scam.
Milestone reached. Crude oil can now be extracted and refined to produce various industrially
Okay,
beneficial
can't do that
parts.
one yet.
The byproducts of these processes will require careful management, but a capable pioneer such as yourself surely understands that. To improve efficiency, pipelines can now be optimized with valves to limit and balance their throughput.
Yeah?
These
Can
were
they?
initially left out because Fixit did not
Yeah.
want to overwhelm pioneers with complex pipeline management, but they have since been re-added after my impassioned defense of your capabilities.
You can eat my ass. You can eat my ass, Ada. All right. Let's see. If there's food involved, I'm in charge of it. Nice. All right. I'm gonna say something, guys. I need the old drunk guy. The old drunk guy is here. What's going on, the old drunk guy? My name's Taco. Everybody here, say hi to the old drunk guy. You were playing 7 Days to Die. Hell yeah, man. Old drunk guy and raiders, welcome in. Like I said, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. All bits, all subs, all donations go to the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. This is a charity stream. Old drunk guy, what were you guys getting yourself up to playing some 7 Days to Die? I thought you were talking to me. The you know, like I say, the old drunk guy is like 10 years. Like, oh wait, what's going on? I hope you had a great stream. We are playing Satisfactory, but I was just telling him, I'm like, I think I might have changed it up. Usually around 12 o'clock, I raid out. I've got a little bit of gas left, but I feel like going a little bit more mindless. You know what I mean? Just killing some zombies and taking some names. Hell yeah. 7 Days is a great game. We played 7 Days a few times. I don't know how far we've gotten. I'm trying to remember what those streams were. I need my balls. I do want to play some balls. Would you mind? Do you mind if I slap some balls for a hot minute or two? Are you guys into that? Also, the old drunk guy. If you need to raid run to care of yourself or others, please go do that. Also, everybody coming in with the old drunk guy. We have a giveaway happening on December 13th. We're giving away a Steam Deck. If you're at all interested, ! Enter Steam Deck Max. Yeah, we just said that was cool. So let me quickly flick it. Actually, this means I want to make commands to automatically flip both channels. Because why the hell do I want to do this twice? Well, I guess selecting a category, it's going to be difficult. All right, let me save game. Save game. Save game. All right. Exit. Stream manager. All right. Ball time. Is the giveaway command saying the right thing? I would assume I've made that giveaway command. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. All right. Do I gotta change it on YouTube too? I assume so. Wait, so YouTube doesn't track a category for the game? Doesn't? I don't do a little YouTube live, I guess. Kinda does? Okay. What a banger. What a banger. All right. If you guys don't know what ball pit is, be prepared. Prepare thine butthole This game has its hooks in me pretty hard. Let me go to OBS, capture the right scene. Some frustrations in the YouTube world in terms of categories and moderation and okay, Gray Malkin. I'm hearing it. We're the first one to say it. All right, this game is called Ball Pit, okay? And the thing about Ball Pit is it is a Arkanoid-like game. If you remember Arkanoid from way back in the day where you have a ball and you got to bounce it on the bricks, it's like that, but they've put a ton of twists in it. They made it a bit of a roguelike, okay? Lazzy, hi! Welcome in. I'm so fucking addicted to this game, it's not even funny. And I can show you exactly why in 35 seconds. I had to get this after I saw Echo playing. It's awesome. It is. It is so fucking good. All right, so first you have this concept of a town. The town gives you better abilities. You have to upgrade buildings, and when you upgrade buildings, like, let me see, this building here, increases speed scaling, so your character moves around with speed. Upgrading the building makes you have more speed. I am a little chilly. I'm going to turn the fan off. But you have to upgrade it. I'm not going to upgrade speed because I really want more strength scaling. And I don't care about this. So the thing is that you have all these resources here, but you have to... there's one gold mine. Do I have one gold mine or two? I only have two. Here's another gold mine. Okay. So I don't need any other resources. I'm actually thinking about making another gold mine. And just going... Wait, there's a max on gold mines, right? 100 times per harvest. Is it 100 times per gold mine? Isis, hi. Wait, one thesis, Istis, maybe? I don't know. You want to type !enter, Steam Deck Max, like this. Enter Steam Deck Max. You've been lurking like a mofo? You lurk all you want. If anybody here can show one sys 1T sys 1. I'm gonna struggle with that one, sorry. So I think I'm just gonna run the bang the walls here. Just sys? Alright. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for the clarification. Anybody show sys how to work this? !enter, space, Steam Deck, space 1. Or max, just like Gray Malkin did. Just do what Gray Malkin did. I'll get you in there. There you go. Let me make sure that worked for you. There you did. You got 6 more tickets. You have 7 in the giveaway. Nice. All right. I'm just going to bang the walls and get as much gold as I possibly can. So every time they touch a building, they activate it, and the buildings do different things. Then they're going to go get all the... Whatever they come in contact with, they get that resource. It's like a little mini game for resources. It's absolutely... Oh, god damn it. Thank you. Sorry. Bad dog. Appreciate you. We'll be doing this again for sure. It's not a good question. Got a ton of stuff. I probably should have max gold. Next time what we do is we get a second gold biggin. We stick it right over here. Thank you for that follow. Follows are anonymous. If you want, say hi in chat and I can ask you a trivia. Oh, no. Get to know you question. Welcome in. All right. That's a mini game. That's not the meat and potatoes. The meat and potatoes is you go grab somebody like the Shade. You hit select and we're going to beat the Shade's going to beat the desert. Yeah, let's go play the desert on normal. All right, like I said, the way this works is like an Arkanoid-like game. I'm going to shoot balls, and I got to bounce it off these guys. And when I bounce it, they take damage. The more damage they take, they die. This guy has a special ability that the balls come from the top. I get to dodge incoming attacks from them. I get to pick up these cubes to upgrade my character. That's the game. And then you get to upgrade your balls. I'm going to choose the turret. More balls is always good. I happen to really like the shade. I like the balls coming from the top because there's a lot of synergies with passive abilities. You really have to stay on top of the characters though, because if they build up too much, you can get screwed pretty quickly. Your forests and farms are upgradable. Yes, they are. To a ridiculous level, actually. Let's add some fire to the mix. I'm gonna move me because I'm covering some critical information. I think we said top right is the best for this game. So the more the balls bounce, the more well, depending on your character. Some characters, every time the ball bounces, it does more damage. And see that little swirly thing here? That's called a ball fusion. And that's basically the biggest driver of this game. I'm going to try to upgrade my character. I'm going to try to get an iron ball would be good. And you can see here, the iron ball has these upgrades. I can mix an iron ball with a flame ball to get a bomb. I can mix an iron ball with this other ball, the dark ball, and I can get a ninja star. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the iron ball. Okay, and then I'm gonna grab this thing, which is gonna give me some upgrade my levels. I only got one. But now you see my iron ball has joined my purple ball. And every time the ball hits the back wall, I got to go collect it so I can throw it again. All right, see, now I'm starting to get stacks of guys over here, and this is where it gets dangerous for me. I got to take these guys out. If I don't do enough damage and they build up. If they come and they hit me, that's bad. That's bad for my health bar. Okay, like that guy just hit my health bar. And now I'm down to half health. I'm gonna reroll. Shit. Come on, kill him. All right. Run's not looking great so far. So this one's a really good one for this guy. 15% to crit when they hit in the back. They're always getting hit in the back with this character, so that's good for us. Give me some more upgrades. I just gotta stay on top of these guys, make sure they don't overwhelm me. Where'd that guy come from? Okay, another fission. Each kill heals you by 5, but each shot you take deals 2 to you. Each kill giving me 5 sounds crazy though, doesn't it? Oh, each shot you take, not damage. The fuck? I thought that each shot you take means you took damage. Each shot you take means... How am I not dead? Can I not die from vampirism? I have to die from getting damaged? I'm totally misunderstood that skill. How do I have no health, but I'm still alive? That was the first time I tried that one. So I don't know, man. I think we're gonna restart this one. Not Ninja Star. Ninja Star sucks. Hiccups and migraine equals pain? That sounds fucking terrible. I mean, every shot you take? I don't know what build that works on. All right, kill this guy over here. Kill this guy down here. See this guy over here? This guy's gonna kill me if I don't kill him. This guy right here. This guy right next to me. All right. Now we gotta worry about this column. This is a pretty advanced level. I've only beat this one time. You shoot equals 1 hit equals 2, but each heal takes... Yeah, that means that every bullet, I only have 3 bullets to kill a guy before it's negative health, right? That's fucking crazy. Alright, this build is fucked. Well, actually, I have health somehow, but I'm not killing guys quickly. They're building up too fast. But I am staying healthy. Maybe it's about bouncing balls, because a bouncing ball is not reshot. You know what I mean? Okay, I can evolve. Enemy hitting dealing has 3-second cooldown before it can be shot again. Or do we have to go full vampire? But if they never come back to bouncing, yeah. Yeah. Bad Dog sees it. Alright, I think we're gonna lean into vampirism, I guess. Thanks for clearing the shitter out. I'll level that up. We're definitely not killing people fast enough, that's for sure. Look at the Iron Wall doing some work over here. Come on, kill this guy. You got him. Oh, kill this guy. Broodmother for more balls? Well, that means the balls aren't shot. That's actually super useful. I'll take the bomb, I guess. Sure, it's gonna be fine till the boss. Not wrong. We're between now and then to oh, here's 2 mini bosses. Alright, kill this guy first, I guess. There goes my health, down to 0. You saw it. Funny, it seems like I can't die to my vampirism alone. Seems like just getting a couple of extra upgrades on that has been really good. Except for these guys. These guys are not taking a lot of damage. The builds we have are not providing enough AoE to these guys. Baby balls more damage, maybe? He's gonna take me out. Guys, we have to kill more balls. We have to kill more. We have to kill more of these guys. This is insane. I mean, just the sheer number of mobs is... This level's hard. I feel like I'm fucking invincible, huh? Let's go get this. As long as there's enemies on the screen, we're good. Archery range. We just need to do more damage. They really suck, yeah. Oh, do they go underground? Yeah, they hide. I'm just trying to get some bullets through, man. Yeah, this build is not doing enough damage for sure. I mean, the vampirism is actually keeping me alive. We gotta find some good evolutions, though. Yeah, our balls do not have any good synergies. There's a lot of them, and they're doing a lot of crits, but we are not synergized. Just heal through it, right? When in doubt, more balls. All right, so the good news is I do shoot random balls from me, not many, through the turret. I can't remember if this boss has a lot of ads on it. If there are a significant amount of mobs on the screen, we might survive it. We're about to get the final boss of the level. Bad ball choice by me, though. This is the snake, yeah. Well, there goes my health. Dead in one shot. Yeah, that was not a good boss. That was not a good build for that boss. Well, at least we understand how the vampirism works. That's good. All right. So we go back to base. All right, we need gold. So I'm going to buy us another gold farm. Gold mine. Basic and oh, you're not gonna hit that one. You switch. 2 gold mines. We're gonna block this here. I wonder if it's 100 per gold mine. Basically invincible to last boss. Yeah, I was seeing it. All right, we have a warfare building. It's the archery range. Ooh, actually, let's make that. What rotates? R? Oh, we gotta move some shit around. All right. We are going to try to upgrade everything and mine as much gold as possible. And then what we want to do is try to upgrade the military academy. We need 3,000 gold. Okay. So here's our harvest. They're going to stay in here as best they possibly can. Not a lot of gold. That was actually terrible. I mean, we built the building. Thank you for Sebastian. What's up, man? How you doing? Thank you. All right, let's try to not to suck this time, huh? Same guy. I think he's good if I play him right. He can do the DPS. I know he can. I've seen it.
Hello.
You got the staff to mines? Yeah. Oh, fuck. You just drop on me? All right. Give me some good balls. All right. This would be good. This would be good because I think we're going to try to do the crit from behind thing again. Crits with bonus damage would be nice. Rubber band. Yeah, I guess they would bounce a lot, Jeremy, on this one. All right, poison ball. We could be poison build. Get my poison ball back. All right, see if we can get a level. Yep, we got a level. Can we get a good ball? Horizontal laser ball? Yeah, because this poison laser is pretty good. All right, give me 5. Wait, this isn't satisfactory. Oh, there's 5. Yeah, we just changed the game. Did I not change the category? I thought I did. Laser's gonna go good for us because it's gonna help kill guys that are further down the stack. Yeah, we played Satisfactory for a while. Just took a break towards the end to play my balls because I'm a toddler and it still is funny to me. All right. You might have to reopen Twitch. It does. Thank you. It wasn't you, it was me. Thank you. Should be fixed now, though. Fix confirmed. Thank you. Oh my God! Is that Miss Cobalt Valkyrie? Hi, Cobalt. What's new? Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing all right. Cobalt. How's stuff and things? Cobalt's been a supporter of this stream for a incredibly long time. Cobalt, we finished a little Satisfactory off, and then we're finishing out with some late night balls. You know how it is around here. We like playing with our balls late night. I'm doing amazing. How's stuff and things? How's work? How's life? Hopefully things are positive for you. I don't think it. Well, an ice laser. Well, we're gonna go with. We want the poison laser. So we need something that synergizes with dark. This does not. I say we reroll. This is baby balls. Do we care about baby balls? You like playing with balls too? Sometimes, some balls. This game is a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna take pressure valve. This will explode enemies, dealing some more damage. So this is gonna be good damage, I guess. So this is like old school Arkanoid. You gotta bounce your balls. There's a Bakey. So the pressure valve is making these guys explode, and that's AoE damage, and that's super helpful. What a fusion. We don't want the fusion yet. We want to do a fission, because when they're level 3s, I'll play with anybody's balls. That's wild for you to say, announce, and chat. But I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going to deny it. All right. The Ninja Star is Terabad. We don't want it. What mixes with dark well? Ghost and dark go well. Vampire ball again? No. Can we get holy laser? Oh, can we get holy laser? That'd be amazing. That's lasers left in vertical and horizontal. Oh, there we go. We got to clear. That's some cash money. All right, kill this guy. Wreck him, homie. All right, he's dead. All right, hatchet here. Because we're bouncing on the back of the field, this is 80% damage boost. It's huge. Mark it. Let's go. All right, evolution. Oh, wait. Do we take the radiation beam? Or do we go for holy laser? Holy laser. I think we go for holy laser. That means we could fusion dark and poison. That means poison's gonna bounce less. I don't think we do it. No, we like our poison to bounce. Just give me a fission upgrade. Alright, I do want to get the... Oh, God. Hourglass might hit really fucking hard. I really want the crit bonus, though, for hitting in the back. Oh, I don't have enough money. Oh, God, I have to take one. All right, more baby balls. Whenever I banish all three, what happens? Okay. But we learned more. You cannot banish all three options. We were forced to take an upgrade. If we get Holy Laser, I think we're going to be fine. Radiation Laser is always good, though. That horizontal laser is just doing work. Look how much better we're doing this time around. All right, we gotta evolve Holy Laser. This ball damages enemies same row and column. And now we have room for another ball. Fucking Holy Laser. Look at that thing go. Give me another ball. Give me a good ball. Earthquake. Yeah, get Swamp going. Let's go Swampy. Let's get Swampy. No. It's good. It's good. It just goes bonk. It just drops a shit ton of people on you, huh? Alright, give me Swamp. This is gonna make a lot of people sick. Tar blobs, enemies walking blobs are dealt damage, slowed, but each stack of poison deals 2 to 6 damage per second. Is it still area of effect? Like Earthquake is? Evolutions take properties from 2 balls and make a new property. Sometimes it's the 2 balls are not... The 2 balls are better than the 1 new ball. Alright, so this synergizes with the dark ball, though. We want to hit the back of the field. It's that horizontal laser that's keeping the whole board clear. Look at that owl dead. Give me more swamp. Nice. 2 balls are better than 1. In this game, you take 2 balls and you fuse them together and they are better than 1 ball. Sometimes, depending on when you fuse the balls together, how they evolve, sometimes the 2 balls themselves do more damage. But when you evolve them, the single ball can level up and do better. I don't know. We're just talking about balls. Cobalt. Every once in a while, you just want to talk about balls for a minute. Dark Holy Laser? No, I don't do that. Does anybody know if there's a way to write big text on factory walls? The label signs are too tiny. I'm asking something as big as number patterns, but instead of, you can use the 1 by 1, the half meter by half meter signs and do pixel art. Joker, what's up, man? How you doing? That's fucking wild for you to say that. That's fucking wild.
Look at these hacking cuties.
CJ, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Cobalt, where you living these days? Still the same area in the south, or? Oh wait, you were Pacific Northwest, weren't you? I don't fucking remember. It's my brain. I got bad brain, I guess. Yeah, Seattle. Okay. We're keeping it going, man. We're keeping the balls going. Oh, I walked into that guy. So you gotta bounce your balls. You gotta kill all the guys. You gotta evolve your balls. You gotta make your balls nice and strong. And then you gotta kill a boss. We have less stone than everything else. All right, evolution. Do we do this? Noxious. Yeah, we do this. Yeah, Hessian's up by you. He's also a heckin' cutie. So the problem is Noxious is phasing through. And I think for our build, we have to hit the back wall to be strong. But the good thing about this is that always allows me to at least get some damage on guys that kind of pass through, you know what I mean? I can always hit them like that. Holy laser, man. Holy laser. There we go. Take the AoE ball? Maybe Ghost? Nah, we don't want to pass through. We want to bounce. Do we try it? What is this going to do? Fusing Holy Laser and Swamp? Area effect damage to Holy Laser also makes more Swamp. Lot of poison going out. Exclamation mark play will tell us the song. This is our heavy rock and metal playlist. This song is I don't have a Spotify open here. Huh? Billy Talent. Yeah, we've been jamming this one for a couple weeks. I think this is an old song too. All right, we're about to hit the boss. I don't know if this build has the DPS to take him out. Looks like it's doing pretty good work, but we got a lot of AoE. We got a lot of AoE damage. I don't know if this is gonna to equate to single target damage. Like every one of our balls is AoE. Well, I guess it's poison stack, so maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Hellwalker, you? All right, here's the boss, giant snake boy. I don't think laser's gonna be what we're looking for. Maybe just more noxious. I'm just gonna make sure to keep catching my noxious ball. I appreciate the follow. Follows are anonymous. Welcome in. Keep catching noxious. Keep catching noxious. So it's a little bit of a bullet hell when you hit the bosses. Oh, we're fucking melting this guy. This build has damage. This guy is dead. This guy is toast. What are you saying? Hold on 1 second. Grimlock, give me a second. Take this guy out. How is he not dead? All right, there he goes. Let me see. No, that should work. Is that an error on can anybody request songs right now? Because if Grey Mulkin can't request a song through the channel point redeem, that should work. I'll get you a song. I don't know why that kicked you out. I can refund it. Sorry. All right, song is requested, and also you got the points back. So double goods. I'll check it out. Oh, I think in the SCA, my stepmom used the name Melwin Grey Mulkin. Nice. It's also written on a few bathroom walls. I've seen it for a good time called Grimulkin. All right, Mega 7 says it works, but Grimulkin, it wouldn't work because it said sorry, only subscribers 2-3 VIP mod subscriber, follower, or higher. Well, I guess follower. You're definitely you follow the channel, right? Yeah, Gray, are you not following the channel? I assumed you were following. If you're not following, then I am now. Ah, okay. So yeah, just people. Yeah, I think assume followed. Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, we learned something. Tucking the covers and drifting off. Memo, I love your stupid, gorgeous face. Okay, you got 2 blueprints too, which is huge. Okay, we got a desert trophy now. I love you, pal, man. Have a great night, bud. And also, have an amazing weekend. You have obtained enough gears to upgrade the lift. So now we can go to the next level, but we're going to spend more time grinding the levels we have because I don't want to go to the fungal forest yet. I ain't ready for that shit. I don't think we need this many mines. All right, we just unlocked a new building though, didn't we? Didn't we just unlock buildings? Miscellaneous. Spa. Spend gold to harvest more than once immediately. Unlocks the ability to exchange gold for other resources. Oh, it's the other way around. We need gold. Business memo. Oh, yeah. All right, we need 3,000 gold. So we're just going to run a harvest. Just going to get as much shit as we possibly can. Oh, fuck. I was supposed to move that out of here. Well, they got out even though that building was in the way. All right, they got resources. We're good. We're good. Oh my god, it's fucking 1 in the morning. All right, one more run. One more run, and what are we gonna run? We're gonna run you have not done the desert yet. Embedded balls always pierce until they hit a wall. Yeah, let's try that one. Always pierce until they hit a wall. That means we can trap balls on the top and then get them out when we want to. All right, let's try that one. We're gonna do the forest again. I mean the desert again. All right, Etrad, thank you very much for being here, man. I appreciate it. Also, thank you again for the donation to the Sick Kids. Appreciate you. This guy is pretty good. I forgot about this guy. You can easily stick the balls up on top and let them bounce around, or shoot them straight at. Get some good balls going. I think we're gonna be all right here. All right, iron ball. Iron ball does damage. It starts slow, but if we aim it up here like this in the corner, right, it will stay up top and bounce and destroy a bunch. At least that's the thought process.
That is a bad kitty.
What?
Bad.
What?
Bad kitty.
I'm not a bad kitty. I'm a good kitty. No. No blades.
Bad kitty. No more memeing.
No more memeing. Take poison ball again? Horizontal laser. Ow. I couldn't be further away from your pickle if I tried. What are you trying to jump into? The pit? The what are you trying to get into with the exclamation mark play? We're hitting enemies in the back. What are we listening to? Oh, you want song. You want exclamation mark song. This is 3 Days Grace. All right, more horizontal laser. Cobalt's coming in for all the rock music tonight. None of these are good. Upgrade the poison ball. have your moments. Hey, we all do. I'm glad you came in and said hi, Cobalt. Always good seeing your face. Well, I say that, but I'm not actually seeing your face, but I'm sure it would be good to see your face. It's good to see your text, maybe. How about that? Oh, is that what I said earlier? Oh, I'm sorry. I screwed up. I do that a lot. 20% damage on the front. Well, we're going to be going through the front often. With the damage bonus, is it just like straight face them like this? I still think you want to bounce. Bouncing just triggers more damage. All right, Genesis, give me 1 second. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. It was getting crusty. You saw it too. This guy, his cracks are pretty strong. Actually, this might be good for us. The hatchet. Not good for the boss, but he's this. Well, actually, it might be good for the boss. Okay. Now that if I hit the back wall like this, we're getting damage boost. Aim for the corners. Aim for the corners. Cognar, hey, how's it going, bud? Man, I need to fusion these balls together. Magnet? Evolve. Laser. Let's do the radiation beam. This should fire a butt ton. Baby balls. Yeah, let's try it. All right, Genesis, have a good one. Take care, Mush. We need balls, guys. We only have 2 power balls. We need way more power balls. I mean, we're doing good, but... Thank you. Flame? Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. Jimbers, what's up, pal? How we doing? Happy Saturday. You were playing Labyrinth? Nice. Curtis is naked. It's Saturday. He's drunk. The ranger brought us guys to tie you up. Tie me up? All right, that sounds like a good time. Everybody coming in, Jimbers. My name's Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation. Oh, wife is drunk. Sorry, I got it backwards. Every bit sub donation goes to the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital, where a sick kid day is a little less shitty because you were here. I pissed myself. I hate jump scares, and that game has got them. Well, thank God you're not on camera and you pissed yourself. Everybody here, if you don't know Jimbers, he is the forest ranger. He's a heckin' cutie, and he's an amazing community member. Please go hit the follow button on my friend Jimbers. Go hang out. He plays all sorts of games. I mean, you're kind of all over the place, man, which I love that about you. Also, Jimbers, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. We're playing with our balls again because we can't stop. We tried stopping. We played Satisfactory for a while, but now I just have to. I just have to.
Hacking cuties.
A freaking basket case for you, not a basket case. Everybody go hit the follow button on Jimbers. Jimbers! Hope you had an amazing night, man. Raid and run if you need to, pal. All right, Mushy. Have a great one. What the fuck do we get here? Let's upgrade our flame ball. We gotta figure out a way that we do a lot of damage to these two guys. Alright, one owl down. Vampire ball is not great. Alright, take the axe, mate. Alright. Now clear up the board. Horizontally? Vertical lasers? There's no synergies between any of my balls. I guess we already got this one. You might as well upgrade it. Magnet Factory. Increased pickup range by half a tile. That's awesome. Fire... Radiation beam? The fuck is that? Radiation beam X burn. Alright, let's try that. That sounds nuts. Ice ball? PI shall. Alright, you do your thing. Ice ball does more damage. Get in where you fit in. Oh, that ball is slow.
Heifer with cheese.
A heifer with cheese.
Son of a bitch, I'm right behind you. Turn around and ask me for heifer with cheese, yo. Why you gotta make me feel good if I'm on the grill, B?
Damn!
Starface is kind of a hyper guy for a pilot.
Oh, kind of a hyper guy. A heifer with cheese?
Shitter was full.
Oh, thank you for taking care of the shitter. I appreciate it. What's a locker box? I don't know what that is. You gotta get that cleared out. Yeah, you gotta take care of it every once in a while. Alright, I'm not loving this build. We don't seem to be doing incredible amounts of damage, and I'm lacking good synergies. I mean, I think the radiation laser is the best ball we've got. And I don't think it's going to do a lot of damage on the boss. Tanuk. Oh, okay. MAME, SNES. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've bought so many of those, like, mini emulators over the years. Take the golds. All right, Cobalt. Catch you later. Thank you for saying hi. I appreciate you. Hope shit remains doing well, man. It was good seeing your face. Come on, the damage is starting to fall off. Stone? That radiation laser blast, though. My balls weird, and that hurt. Sometimes. I'm at that age where sitting on your balls is a reality. That's true. That is true. All right, Snake. Let's see if I can keep the balls bouncing on you like a son of a bitch. If I just keep aiming in the corner here, and get 1,000 bounces behind them. So as soon as I hit the wall, they bounce. So I can shoot through them and hit them. Hit the corner of the wall and get a bunch of ricochet. Alright, actually build worked pretty good for this guy. Worked pretty good. We saw the final phase where he moves around. That might be a little hard, but... that laser is pretty fucking strong. All right, dead. Oh my god. We got a bank? Oh. 5% more gold in battle? Hell yeah. That's huge. Housing has been upgraded. Nice. We gotta get the desert trophy out of bonus crit. Nice. Bangers. Absolute bangers. All right, guys. She's done. That's all I've got in me. Appreciate y'all being here tonight. Let's go find us a homie to go hang out with. Appreciate you all for being here. Thank you for all the bits, the subs, the donations. Thanks for keeping me going. Hey, YouTube, anybody hanging out there? It was nice to have you tonight. This is the first time. We should be back on Tuesday night for some more. No, I'm bouncing out here. Yum. Thank you for all the bits, the subs, and the love. I appreciate you all. Catch you later, YouTube. All right, for you Twitch friends, we're gonna go find us a raid buddy. Let's see who we've got tonight. Let's see. Let's see who's on the bottom end here. About to break. Hey, look, we got a Coffee Then Code. Coffee's, Coffee is playing some Space Engineers.
Hello.
We love us some coffee. Red bean bitter cream. Let's go check out Coffee. I don't think I've gotten to rate him in a hot minute. Everybody, this is my buddy Coffee Then Code. He's playing some Space Engineers. So let's go hang out with him for a hot minute, okay? Guys, thank you. There is a possibility I stream tomorrow, to be honest with you.
Goodies hacking cuties.
Go to a birthday party, come home, unwind, whatever. We'll see if I'm how I'm feeling it and if I want to play something. If so, you know me, I'll fire up and I'll come say hi. Everybody, I love y'all. I love you, dumb faces. Thank you so much. Heshen, thank you for all the bits. Here's your raid message tonight. Grab the top one here with the dancing taco if you're a subscriber, one right below that if you're not. Again, thank you for all the support. Thank you for helping me out with all this YouTube shit. Please go hang out with Coffee. He's gonna do some crazy shit in Space Engineers. Let's just go saying hi. Love you all madly. Catch you on the next one. Toodles!